Good morning to a chilly Coetzenburg Stadium in Stellenbosch for the third and final day of action at the Athletic South Africa National Track and Field Championships. This stream brought to you live by Pitch Vision. The first event on the track will be the women's 10,000 meters. A few other events on the go at the moment as well. Just down the road at the Spear Wine Estate, the half marathon and 5 kilometer race walks are happening. So we'll see if we can get you those results once those events are completed. All eyes now on this 10,000 meter final. And as much as I'm sure some of the athletes will be hoping to spring a surprise, I think this might be a one-horse race. A couple of days ago in the 5,000 meters, Taylor Kavanagh, representing KwaZulu-Natal, ran a 14:58, which puts her second in the national all-time list behind South African record holder Ilana Meyer. And we are expecting Kavanagh to dominate again over 25 laps here this morning. It's a pretty decent field. We are missing the defending champion, Glenrose Kaba, who has won this national 10,000 meter title 8 times, has dominated it in recent years. Kaba not here today, so we will have a new national champion. Karabo Mailula is in the field, and she'll certainly fancy her chances of picking up a medal, as will Kakisile Sosibo, representing Central Gauteng. Mailula runs for Gauteng North. Perhaps another athlete to watch will be Zante Toliard from Vol Triangle. Toliard was third over the 5,000 meter distance a couple of days ago. We're not sure how fast Kavanagh will go because she does still have that 5,000 meters in her legs. And she's likely to be running alone out front if she pushes hard. So maybe she sits back and rather runs a tactical race. And we look ready to go now. 25 laps of the track. in the women's 10,000 meter final. And as expected, everybody tucking in behind Taylor Kavanagh, our pre-race favorite. And Kakisile Sisubo from Central Gauteng deciding to try and go with her, as does Zante Talyard and Karabo Mailula. So those four athletes already breaking away from the rest of this lineup. Those are the four athletes we were expecting to compete for those medals. But I feel like the battle might be on for silver and bronze, and already Taylor Kavanagh from KZN pushing the pace, opening a gap. Sosibo unable to stick with her. Mailula and Talyard just tucked in behind Sosibo. But it's all about Taylor Kavanagh here. Only one South African woman, Ilana Meyer, has ever gone under 31 minutes over this 10,000 meter distance. And we've only ever had 4 athletes going under 32 minutes. We'll see what Taylor Kavanagh can do here today. She ran on her own in that 5,000 meters 2 days ago and managed to maintain the intensity throughout. A little more challenging, I think, to run 25 laps of the track on your own. She does, of course, have that motorcycle for company, which might help. But it's going to be tough for her to be pushing for a fast time with no real assistance. Mailula now leads that chase group. A little bit further back, Sosibo in 3rd position, Zante Talyard hanging on in 4th. And they're about 15 minutes behind, or 15 meters rather, behind Kavanagh, who looks very comfortable out front. And another group forming a little bit further back in the field, currently led by Bonolo Makubela from Gauteng North. They've got some work to do if they want medals, because a big gap has formed now to that group of 3 athletes who are well ahead of them. And then another gap to Taylor Kavanagh out front. 2 laps into this 25-lap race. Glenrose Kaba has completely dominated this event over the last decade or so, winning the national title 8 times. She's also dominated over the 10 kilometers on the road. She is the national record holder on the road, and it's really good to see somebody like Taylor Kavanagh coming through over the last year or so and really starting to push Kaba. And it would have been interesting to see what the 2 of them could have done together here today. I think Glenrose Kaba just opting to focus on other events this year, perhaps looking at the international circuit, taking a break from the national championships, which we've seen quite a few athletes do this season, with no world championships or Olympic games. The athletes aren't really forced to come out and compete at these national championships in order to qualify for those events. So a handful of South Africa's top track and field athletes giving these national championships a miss in what is a quieter season internationally for track and field athletics. So the focus for Glenrose Kaba, not on defending her title, but it does mean that we will have a new national champion. Absolutely phenomenal over the 5,000 meter distance on the opening day of these championships with that 14:58, running alone, and again finds herself alone out front. Karabo Mailula still in 2nd place, leading that chase group. Kakisile Sosibo tucked in behind her in 3rd position, and Zante Talyard also keeping up there in 4th. Talyard was the bronze medalist over 5,000 meters on Thursday. about Taylor Kavanagh at the moment. She did line up as the firm favorite for the gold medal. And I was so busy talking about Glen Rose Kaba, I didn't even see the split through the first 1,000 meters. So we'll see if we can pick that up when she goes through 2Ks, which will be in one lap. National record, 30 minutes, 52 seconds. So she'd have to run somewhere around 3 minutes and 5 seconds a kilometer in order to challenge that. It's going to be very difficult to do on her own and unlikely to happen. But Kavanagh is in fabulous form, and she couldn't have asked for better conditions this morning. Nice and cool here in Stellenbosch. No wind blowing through the stadium, which is rare in this part of the world. Perhaps could use these conditions to her advantage to try and go for a first time. A lot of rain here at Coetzenburg yesterday. It was drizzling as well this morning. As you can see, the track is wet, but I don't think that will worry these distance runners too much. I think they'll appreciate the fact that it is quite cool this morning. Perfect conditions for a 10,000 meter race. So Kavanagh, in order to break that national record, would have had to go through 2,000 meters in around 6 minutes 10. She hits the 2,000 meter mark in 6:38, so we won't see a national record, which is unsurprising. She did say that she was unlikely to push too hard over the 10,000 meters after that hard 5K a couple of days ago. We'll see what she can do here. Over 25 laps of the track. Still a long way for her to go. And here's some of the ladies a little bit further back, representing Central Gauteng. That is Selina Madiela. And just behind her, Joanne de Bruin from Athletics Free State. Those two athletes almost a lap behind Kavanagh already. And it just shows the class of Taylor Kavanagh to be able to lap athletes in the national championship. Over 5,000 meters the other day, she lapped everybody in the field except for Kyla Jacobs, who got the silver medal. And I wonder if she might be lapping everyone over 10,000 meters. Although that chase group of 3 athletes still within reach of her. They're only about 60 or 70 meters back. Perhaps we'll work together to try and close this gap, but it's hard to imagine that happening considering the form that Taylor Kavanagh's in at the moment. Zante Talliard from Val Triangle maybe starting to struggle a little bit now, just falling off the pace of Karabo Maelula and Kakisile Sosibo, who are lying second and third. Representing Central Gauteng, that is Casey Bosman, who also, within the next lap or so, is likely to be lapped by our leader, Taylor Kavanagh, representing KwaZulu-Natal. At the back of that finish, or the back straight, you can see Karabo Maelula, Kakisile Sosibo in second and third positions. Zante Talliard just a few meters behind them now in fourth. She won't want that gap to get any bigger, will Talliard, if she wants to challenge for a medal here in this 10,000 meter final. Taylor Kavanagh cruising at the moment into the third kilometer of this 10,000 meter race. Kavanagh looks very focused at the moment. as she moves past Casey Bosman from Central Gauteng, who is a lap behind the leader. Karabo Mailula still in control in what is now a splintered chase group. Sosibo just sitting on her shoulder in third position. Zante Talliard, number 362 from Vol Triangle, is in fourth place. Has lost some ground. She's about 40 meters back from Mailula and Sosibo. That's an exaggeration. Maybe 20 meters back. There is Mailula and Sosibo. Taylor Kavanagh still well clear out front. She leads at the moment by about 80 or 90 meters over Mailula and Sosibo. Zante Talliard still in fourth position. Kavanagh having to weave her way past the back markers in this race. Bonolo Makubela there from Gauteng North. Mosale Tobojane from Central Gauteng have also now been lapped by the leader from Gauteng North, number 167. Karabo Mailula is currently in second place. Sosibo still in third. Talliard in fourth. We'll see if Talliard can do something to react here. But at the moment, if they're going to have any chance of challenging for that gold medal, they're going to have to change gears soon, because Kavanagh looks very comfortable. And all she really needs to do now is maintain that gap. Sosibo just happy to sit on the shoulder of Mailula. If they want to challenge for gold, perhaps they'll do well to work together there, maybe share that pace and see if they can start reeling Taylor Kavanagh in. Because at the moment they're running about the same pace as the leader, but Kavanagh, having gone out quicker, does still have that gap of nearly 100 meters. Kavanagh 4,000 meters into this 10K race. She has 15 laps to go. Running like a metronome here. Setting a good pace, considering that she's all on her own. Certainly not as quick as she's capable of going. But she did make it clear that she wasn't really worried about a fast time today. She does want that double after winning the 5,000 meters 2 days ago in that phenomenal 14:58. Becoming only the third South African woman to go under 15 minutes over 5,000 meters, and hoping to secure that 5K, 10K double, which Glenrose Kaba has managed to do for the last couple of years. Taylor Kavanagh approaching the halfway mark in this 10,000 meter race. And Mailula and Sosibo now starting to fall further back as that gap gets bigger and bigger. I think Zante Talliard might well have to settle for fourth position, because she has a lot of work to do now if she wants to catch Mailula and Sosibo in second and third. The two of them about 80 or 90 meters ahead of Talliard. And the gap between Kavanagh and the chasers, Mailula and Sosibo, over 100 meters now. Mailula looks strong, so Sebo just happy to sit on her shoulder, allowing the Gauteng North athlete to do all the work, and perhaps looking to put in a bit of surge at the finish. Representing Central Gauteng, that is Casey Bosman, a little bit further back in the field. There is Zante Talyard from Vol Triangle, currently in 4th position. Taylor Kavanagh still leads for KwaZulu-Natal. Just behind her, Selina Madiela from Central Gauteng. A little further back in the race. I'm not sure if Taylor Kavanagh's changed gears or if Mailula and Sosibo are starting to struggle a bit, but the gap is getting bigger now. It's 150 meters between Kavanagh in 1st and Mailula in 2nd. 17:03 on the clock. Taylor Kavanagh into the 6th kilometer of this 10,000 meter race. You would think, considering the form that she's in and the gap that she's built in the first half of this race, it's unlikely anybody's going to catch her. Still an exciting fight though on for 2nd and 3rd positions between Karabo Mailula and Katisile Sosibo. And here is our leader. She hit the front from the gun to Taylor Kavanagh. Sosibo, Mailula and Talyard did make an effort on the first lap to try and go with her, but didn't stick with her for very long. Selina Madiela here from Central Gauteng. She's a little further back in the race. Just behind her are the athletes in 2nd and 3rd, representing Gauteng North, Karabo Mailula, and just behind her from Central Gauteng, Katisile Sosibo. Taylor Kavanagh has done so well over the last year or so to really help raise the game in South African women's distance running. Glenrose Kaba having to do a lot of that herself over the last decade or so. Really has dominated over the distances. Taylor Kavanagh, who is self-coached at the moment, really has made a lot of improvement. She beat Kaba for the first time, I think, at the recent Spa Women's Race in Cape Town. Over 10 kilometers on the road. And without Kaba here, having things all her own way in this national 10,000 meter final, it would be good one day to see a battle between Kavanagh and Kaba on the track. Perhaps next year we'll have the opportunity to see that. Glenrose Kaba opting rather to focus on other events at this stage of the year. And Kaba really has been phenomenal. She's won this 10,000 meter title 8 times. Over the last 2 years has won the 5,000, 10,000 meter double. And has really committed herself to national championships, not just on the track, but on the road as well. So I think we can forgive her for opting out of this one. She certainly has earned the right to decide which races she wants to run. And it has opened the door for Taylor Kavanagh to have things all her own way at these national championships. Kavanagh is running so well that Zante Talliard, who's currently in 4th position, is only about 60 or 70 meters ahead of her on the track. I think some point over the next few laps, she will lap the 4th placed athlete, Maya Lula, and Sosibo in 2nd and 3rd are now 200 meters behind Kavanagh. 21 minutes on the clock. And Sosibo is still sticking to Karabo Mailula like glue. And that, I think, will be the most exciting battle here in this 10,000 meter race. Zante Talliard, just moving past there, is in 4th position. Taylor Kavanagh from KwaZulu-Natal currently leads. Just behind her, Bonolo Makubele from Gauteng North, a little further back in the lineup. This is Casey Bosman from Central Gauteng, also representing Central Gauteng, Mosale Tobejana. They are among the athletes being lapped because these two are in 2nd and 3rd. Karabo Mailula from Gauteng North, Kakisile Sosibo from Central Gauteng. They've been running together the entire way, and Mailula doing all the work. Sosibo just stuck to her shoulder. Taylor Kavanagh well clear out front. A little further back, that's Joanne de Bruin from Athletics Free State, and representing Central Gauteng, Selena Mariela. There is Zante Talliard in 4th position. She is about to be lapped by Kavanagh. Kavanagh giving a smile, just receiving some encouragement from one of the spectators on the side of the track. And she is running so well. She has now lapped the athlete in 4th position, Zante Talliard, who has earned the bronze medal over 5,000 meters 2 days ago. Kavanagh has now lapped everybody in this lineup except for Mailula and Sosibo in 2nd and 3rd. They are now about 250 meters back on Mailula and Sosibo. So that motorcycle with the TV camera that is just next to her is not pacing her, obviously. She's setting the pace. But I think it must help her just feeling like, almost like there's somebody running next to her, just keeping her company. It is difficult to run on your own. The only question now, I think, is can Taylor Kavanagh lap everybody else in this race? She's almost got Mailula and Sosibo in her sights. Having led from the gun, has 6 laps left in this 10,000 meter race. And she's now almost 300 meters clear of Karabo Mailula and Kakisile Sosibo, who are still running together in 2nd and 3rd positions. 2 kilometers left for the KZN athlete. Soon she will wrap up a 5,000 meter, 10,000 meter double for her province. 2,000 meters to go. She goes through 8 kilometers in 26 minutes, which suggests that she'll run somewhere outside 32 minutes, which is pretty good going for a solo effort over 10,000 meters. There is Karabo Mayalula just behind her, Kakisile Sosibo in second and third. As you see Taylor Kavanagh entering the shot. So Kavanagh now does have Mayalula and Sosibo in sight, and we'll see if she can hunt them down over these last 5 laps. Still a very tight contest on there for second and third positions. This is Mosala Tobajane from Central Gauteng. She's a bit further back in the field. In the background you also saw Zante Talliard, who remains in 4th position. There's Talliard. She's been in 4th place pretty much from the start. And I think she'll hold on for that 4th spot. Talliard is about 200 meters behind Mayalula and Sosibo, who are still second and third. Taylor Kavanagh has 4 laps left of this 10,000 meter race. Kavanagh has now lapped some of these athletes a couple of times over the last 22 laps or so, and just reeling them in. Looking so good, in the form of her life. She really showed a lot of promise a few years back, did Kavanagh, and then struggled with some injuries, changed coaches a couple of times, and eventually managed to overcome those injury problems, decided to go on her own, and is now coaching herself, and has had tremendous success, as we've seen at these national championships. That performance over 5,000 meters a couple of days ago really was a memorable effort. One of the best performances we've ever seen by a South African woman over 5,000 meters. And if she can get into a track race on the international circuit, perhaps sometimes later this year, maybe we can see her challenging that long-standing national record of 14 minutes 44 held by Ilana Meyer. Already having climbed to 2nd place on the national all-time list has Taylor Kavanagh, one of only 3 South African women to have gone under 15 minutes over 12.5 laps. The others, of course, being Ilana Meyer and Dominique Scott Efford, who ran 14:59 at her best. And it'll be interesting to see what Kavanagh can do over 10,000 meters as well, perhaps at international level, or maybe one day if she can get into a race with Glenrose Klaba and they can perhaps push each other to a quick time. She does still have that 5,000 meters in her legs from a couple of days ago. And I think the key at the moment is just to wrap up that 5,000, 10,000 double. I don't think she'll be watching the clock too closely here. And Taylor Kavanagh very shortly will be catching the 2 athletes who are in 2nd and 3rd positions. Just ahead of her on the track are Karabo Mayalula and Kakisile Sosibo, who I think might get the shock of their lives when they see the leader moving past, because the 2 of them have run well today. And there Kavanagh passes Sosibo and Mayalula and has now lapped every single other athlete in this race. Another phenomenal effort here from Taylor Kavanagh. She has a little more than a lap to go now in this 10,000 meter contest. Still early in the morning here in Stellenbosch. Not a lot of people at Coetzenburg Stadium yet. They will, of course, be arriving later this morning, will the spectators. And a quiet, chilly morning at Coetzenburg Stadium. Taylor Kavanagh has produced a dominant performance over 10,000 meters. Considering this is a national championship, it's kind of crazy that she's lapped everybody, and that's no disrespect to anybody else in this race. It's just an indication of the sort of incredible form that this athlete is in. And Taylor Kavanagh, with a little more than 200 meters to go, is going to finish just outside 32 minutes. Awesome solo effort by the KZN athlete, and it is going to be a double gold this week for one of the rising stars in South African distance running. Puts in a bit of a surge in the closing stages, gets a warm applause from the small crowd here at Coetzenburg, and she will storm over the line to take her second gold medal of these national championships. Taylor Kavanagh wins the women's 10,000 meter final in about 32:04, so 32 minutes and 4 seconds, and another great performance by her. But there is still a battle on further back. Karabo Mailula and Katisile Sosibo have just hit the bell, and they will be fighting for silver and bronze. Mailula has taken control of that small chase pair the entire race, and now for the first time Sosibo hits the front, trying to put in a surge in an attempt to wrap up that silver medal, but Mailula not giving up, fighting her way back, and it's going to be tight between these athletes. We might see a sprint all the way to the line for silver and bronze. And I think Kakisile Sosibo struggling a bit now, loses a few meters on Karabo Mailula, and Mailula is flying over these last 200 meters. She's really worked hard for that silver medal. And Sosibo trying to fight her way past on the last lap, but Karabo Mailula will earn a deserved second place in this women's 10,000 meter final. The Gauteng North athlete charges over the line for second position. Kakisile Sosibo, who spent pretty much the whole race just trying to hang on to her, did put in a surge over the final lap to try and take that silver, but Sosibo will settle for bronze, and those will be the medals in the women's 10,000 meter final. Some of the athletes a little further back. There's Zante Taljaard in fourth position. She's got about 200 meters to go, does Taljaard. Good effort from her. She secured the bronze medal over 5,000 meters a couple of days ago in the colors of Vol Triangle. And she did try and go with the pace here in the early stages, just wasn't able to keep up, and left alone in fourth position this entire race. Zante Taljaard now crosses the finish line to grab fourth position in the colors of Vol Triangle. So top four in this women's 10,000 meter final. Our pre-race favorite Taylor Kavanagh securing her second gold medal of the week, adding to that victory over 5,000 meters. Karabo Mailula, who worked so hard for that silver, deservedly taking it home. And credit as well to Kakisile Sosibo, who put up a fight in an attempt to grab that silver medal, ultimately settles for bronze, and Zante Taljaard finishes fourth. And we'll leave you with visuals of this women's 10,000 meter final as the rest of the athletes make their way towards the finish line. The next event on the track will be the 110 meter hurdles races in the men's decathlon. We'll have two races for the decathletes in that 110 meter hurdles, their first competition of the final day of these national championships. The decathlon, of course, consisting of 10 events, 10 disciplines over 2 days, the toughest event in track and field athletics. and we'll see how they go over those 110-meter hurdles. Those races will start in about 20 minutes or so, scheduled to get underway at 9 a.m. Until then, we'll be taking a short break from the commentary booth, and we'll be back with you soon.
daai eerste hekkie. Onder en baie inleg. Kyk. Me too. Otherwise it's too. As daai lyk baie goed. Hy kan altyd nog vinnig. Nou onthou ons vat event vir event. Kyk, ons kry maks uit die event uit en dan gaan ons aan. Ja, dat vind ik. Ik zie niet, is het praktisch. Ja, lekker mensen houden van voetballen zijn mooi hard gepakt. Ja.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, good morning, welcome. Day 3 of the 2026 South African Senior Track and Field Championships. And we woke up this morning, not woke up, but just about half an hour ago, saw Taylor Kavanagh setting the 6th fastest time of all time by a South African woman of 32 minutes 05:59. So number 6 on the all-time list, so incredible. Will you call it a purple patch for Taylor Kavanagh in the started with the Spa women's race 10k on the road, then the 3000 last Friday at the Stellenbosch, 2 days ago 5000 and now the 10,000. And Taylor didn't have her watch on and the clock was a bit erratic, so she just ran. And not as strong, felt not as strong as 2 days ago, obviously with that 5,000, and still setting that 6th fastest of all time. Absolutely brilliant. Great to have this new sheriff down when it comes to the middle distance. Now we're going to be a little bit faster and a little bit shorter distance, when we're going to have the 110 meter hurdles for the athletes. It's going to be their 6th event of the 2 days. We will have 3 races. We have an under 20 men's race and 2 races for the senior men. We're getting ready, and wonderful to see much better weather here today at Coetzenburg. No wind, it's not cold, it's cool but not cold. And the rain at the moment, not to be seen. So let's get
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back here to Coetzenburg. Next event on the track, we'll see the 110 meter hurdles in the Decathlon. We have 2 finals, or 2 races for the senior men, and then we have 1 for the under 20s. It will be the first one for the senior men in the 110 hurdles Decathlon. In this one, in lane number 3, Simon Boyson from Boland. In lane number 4, we have Marcel de Jager from Western Province. Dimo van der Linde goes in lane 5 for Athletics Gauteng North. Kleho Matsekana, he goes in lane number 6 from Vaal Triangle, and then Morne van As from Gauteng North will go in lane number 7. That will be your first final here. And this will be event number 6 in the decathlon, and as alluded to earlier by Wes, it's definitely a challenging event. There's the decathlon for men, 10 events covering 2 days, so these men are very, very fit indeed, and they have to be strong as well to get through the day. And all these events, it's all about your time and your distance when it comes to the field events, and that gets allocated points. So we're almost ready to go in this, the first of 2 finals for the senior men 110 meter hurdles. Just again, Boysen in 3, De Jager in 4, Van der Linde in 5, Matsekane in 6, and Van As will go in lane number 7. Away they go. Who gets first up? It's Van As, Morne van As here on the closer side in lane number 7. He is really sprinting away, but he's pulling along with him Van der Linde, and these two are really running away from the rest of the athletes. First, Van As. Second goes to Van der Linde, and it looks like the athlete from Western Province. In lane number 4, De Jager coming through in 3rd place. 14.66 is the time given. And that was some good hurdling there by Morne van As from Athletics Gauteng North. And he really ran away from the rest of the field and pulled along his teammate, Dimo van der Linde. Well, he's always very colourful and very jovial. Matekasane. And he's always got a lot of smiles on his face, and he's out there just to perform as best as he can. And always has time for the supporters out there as well. Well, the second heat, or second final, we'll see Jamie Field from Western Province will go in lane number 3. Joel Duncan from Athletics Gauteng North will go in lane number 4. Ronaldo McKenzie, he's had a few good events yesterday. He will go in lane number 5 for Western Province. John Hunter Leroux, Athletics Gauteng North, in lane number 6, and then Zane van Staden. He's also had a very, very good day yesterday. He will go in lane number 7. So this will be the second final of the senior men's hurdles. 14.66 was the winning time in that first final. And like I said, all these athletes are striving to get the best times, best distance, because it's all about the points allocated in the decathlon. Must say it's a much better start to the day here in Coetzenburg. The rain has stayed away for now. It's only forecast to hopefully come once the day's events are done, completed, and we keep fingers crossed that that will be the case here today, and the athletes will enjoy that a lot more than what they enjoyed yesterday. And when I say enjoyed, I say it with a little bit of tongue in cheek, as they say. But good to see the crowd has come in very early doors here as well. Other events happening across here. We'll also be covering some of the long jump, the women's senior long jump final. That will be happening right across from us here, and that will be a very exciting event. We saw the men's long jump event yesterday, and that man coming back to form, Luvo, winning that one and clearing 8 meters, and that is always sort of the benchmark in long jump, to clear 8 meters, and hopefully that will give him some good confidence to go even further and maybe strive to get maybe as close to that record that he holds in South Africa. So a whole host of finals will be happening on this, the final day of the Athletic South Africa Senior Track and Field Championships here in Coetzenburg, and it should be really, really entertaining and exciting stuff here, culminating in these championships. So let's just go through this final. Number 2 again. Lane 3, Jamie Field, Western Province. Lane 4, Joel Duncan, Gauteng North. Lane 5, Ronaldo Mackenzie, Western Province. Lane 6, John Hunter Leroux, Gauteng North. Lane 7, Zane van Staden will go in for Central Northwest. And you got to admire the camaraderie as well in this decathlon. These men really rooting each other on. Final number 2 of this decathlon, 110 meter hurdles. Away first time. Who will rise first? And that man, Ronaldo Mackenzie from Western Province, running quite nicely there. Good hurdling technique. He's pulling his teammate Jamie Field across as well with him, and he has run a good race. 15.13 to Ronaldo Mackenzie, and in second place Jamie Field coming through from Western Province as well. But that's great running there from the Western Province man, winning that final quite comfortably. In fact, time a little bit slower than the first final. Like I said, it's all about the times that these men put on the board that will go towards the points allocated for that time. But good running there by Ronaldo Mackenzie in lane number 5 for Western Province. We're just going to get ready now for the final of the under 20 110 meter hurdles. Only 3 athletes scheduled to run in this final. After this event, there will be a little bit of a break on the track, that is. The next event, we'll see the final of the men's senior 3,000 meter steeplechase happening. That's coming up at 10:15. Following that, we'll have the men's and women's 800 meter finals. That's also something to look forward to. Saw the semi-finals yesterday. It was really exciting stuff for both the men and the women. And then around about 1 o'clock, we'll also have the finals of the 200 meters for both the women and the men. And that is really something to look forward to, especially in the men. I think that's going to be a very close run thing. And looking at the lane draws, well, all the big men are there. The big names are there. And then after that we'll see the hurdles finals as well. So a lot of the finals happening here today. You can see the women on the left hand side, they're just getting ready to start their final of the long jump. And they will enjoy the conditions here a lot better than what the men did yesterday, I have to say. The windsock's not moving really, as we can see on the home straight here as well, so that might assist them even more. Still very much a chill in the air here at Coetzenburg.
So the three young men here in the under 20 men's decathlon. They will be lane 3, Khalil Wingrove, the Western Province, Coetzenburg van Coetzenburg.
Well, 3 men to run in this under 20, 110 hurdles here in the decathlon. That's the Vol Triangle athlete. Althea Visser just running through, making sure her strides are correct where she has to run from for the long jump. So precise. You have to be in the long jump. There's the 3 men getting ready for this under 20, 110 meter hurdles. Khalil Wingrove will go in lane number 3 for Western Province. Dirk Coetzee from Gauteng North will go in lane number 4. And then Morne Moorman will be on the outside in lane number 5.
Thanks.
So look like they're all set for this under 20, 110 meter hurdles final in the decathlon. Wingrove in 3, Coetzee in 4, Moorman goes in lane number 5. Oh,
Just a little bit of a glitch there.
was there a little bit of a glitch technically with the starter's pistol again. We saw this a lot yesterday, and that was because of the rain that fell. So a little bit of an excuse there. And again, things just maybe not happening like it should down there. And another green card to all, shown by the officials.
Starting gun, past 2 days.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of an issue, that starting pistol, throughout yesterday, and it looks like it's reared its head again here this morning. Hopefully we can get on top of that.
Check to the athletes, please. Danko.
Time they go. Wingrove, Coetzee, Moorman. Now they're away. And it is in fact Dirk Coetzee in the middle. Really running away with them here. Excellent hurdling. Good speed between the hurdles as well. He knocks a couple of hurdles, but cross the line. 14.41. Wingrove came through in second and Moorman in third. And that's excellent stuff by the athlete from Gauteng North. Really ran away with it there, shown great speed between the hurdles. Modified hurdling is what they say this is. And he's done really well there. There he is, Dirk Coetzee, the winner of this Decathlon 110 meter hurdles event. That's 6 gone for them, 4 more to go for the decathletes. And they're going to take a little bit of a break before they get going. The women will also be starting their long jump event very, very shortly. So once that gets going, we'll come back on the comms and hopefully talk you through that. The next event on track, as I said, will be at 10:15, will be the men's senior 3,000 meter steeplechase.
Should I cover the...
So, ladies and gentlemen, especially for the athletes, school managers and athletes, I've just been informed by Mr. Sabata from Marlow that the new rule has been enforced that athletes running can wear a normal stopwatch, but you're not allowed to wear a stopwatch, a smartwatch that can communicate with the coach while you're running. So for Steeplechase 5,000 and all that, you're not allowed to wear a smartwatch when you run, but you can wear a normal stopwatch. So please tell your athletes in the middle distance, that rule has been applied this morning in the 10,000. We are going to focus on the women's long jump now. We have no rain, but there's a really cool breeze blowing from behind the tailwind here for the long jumpers. So it's just a little bit helpful, but it is cold. They are all in the first round. And I can tell you, after 13 athletes have attempted a jump, only 2 has registered a jump. So I don't know whether it's the tailwind that pushes them over the line, but only 2 out of 13 athletes have now registered a legal jump. So maybe a little bit of adjustment. Next up it will be Nahane. He's 4th best this year with a 6.18. She just made sure by stepping way behind him. So only 3rd athlete that's registering a legal distance. So far we have Marjorie Rabin with a 5.72. So that was a 5.55 by a ton, and currently in the gold medal position is Skylar van Dijk van die Boland 5.79. So next up it will be Andrea Cornelissen van die Boland, all now here in round number 1. Another red flag. So 3 athletes to go in the first round. And next up it will be the defending champion, Daniel Loper. Legal jump there, well done Danny. So she's on the board. Just found out. Fantastic, 6.33. So taking the lead then, Daniel Malta. And next up, last year's silver medal winner, Lucia Melwin Ubueze. He's got the leading jump so far this year with a 6.49. Penultimate athlete on the jump for the first round. It's a legal one well before the board, just under 6 meters for Lucci. Around about the 5.18 mark. .82 for Lucci. And then the final jump will be by the South African under-20 champion, Ashton Norman from Central House. She has so far number 2 on the list for this season with a 6.46. Unfortunately, another red. So they are now going to just loosen the sand a little bit to try to put it hard. Die dames op de val. En als je losmaakt, doe je op het bel. En je niet jullie vinden invallen. So after the first round of the 18 athletes, only 5 could register a legal attempt. I think there may be some adjustments to do. The win from behind, not too strong. Currently in gold medal position is Danny Nolte with a 6.33, and then silver medal position is with a 5.82, and then bronze Skyler van Dijk at 5.79. The highest for the world. Ready for round number 2. Let's see if we can get more legal dots in. Madri Rabi van Centraal West. Ja, daar is een goede in termen van waar zij vasttrapt. Dus zij is op een 5-7-2. Linie van heeltemal daar weer zien. We hebben die 5-6 rond, 5-10. Teken. 5, 6, 8. Dan Stellenbosch, Mowazi Mashallah. The overstep, just overstep there. Right, next up, staying in the central hotel, Muyakalanga. Well behind the board, just over 5 meters, and getting the first distance on the cards. It's going to be roughly around the 5:30. .34, and still with the second half thing, Mahatsi Jombe. About almost 40 centimeters or so behind the en dan ben ik wel aan. De kans op het 23 kampioen, Adrian Gallo. In there for Adrian. Oh, that's a good one. That's in the high fives. Round about the 560, 570. 570 for Adrian Gallo. Atang Manahane, Central Gauteng, already over 6 meters this year. Just behind the board. So the athletes at the moment struggling to get that perfect step in on the board. one, round about the 5 meters 45, 50. 5.45 Watang. Aan die bola aan Andrea Cornelissen.
Soks. As die slange aan goed. Laphan. Oh, Zage.
Daar is de toilet.
Ja.
Ongelukkig daar een rode wordt getrapt. En voor voorloper hier, de kampioen dan volgende. De rest voor die 6 meter. Danny in de Nolte gaat in door. Mooi vastgetrapt. Die ene kan dat nog verder weer. Hier meer hebben dan die 6,50. Zes, 4, bijna in 6,5. 6, 4, 9. De beste afstand van het jaar zover. Lekker. Lekker en de evenaar die beste afstand hierdie jaar die in de kamer van Lucia Belwin geweest heeft op de 6 liggen. Zover is dat van 4 tot 6 en now it is Lucia geweest. You go, try and go beyond that 6 meter mark. Red flag unfortunately was a good run. It looks like definitely over 6 meters. And she can get it right on the board. She will be in the money. But then final jump for the second round. We've got 17 athletes, so it's going to take a while. The first 3 rounds is going to be the South African Under 20 champion from Gauteng, Ashlyn Norman. It is a red flag, unfortunately. It was, I think, just over 6 meters. So, some of the athletes just not getting it right. So, where are we after the first 2 rounds? At the moment, just that one athlete over 6 meters, Danny Moore, 9. Currently second we're seeing with a 5.82 currently in silver, and the only athletes not registering a distance is Alita Visser and Mashaba Mashaba Andrea Cornelissen and Ashlyn Woolman. The rest are on the board now as we get ready for round number 3. Madhuri Ravi. Vir 'n bietjie ondersteuning hier van die skare met dan groot stil sit daarbo. Ja, perfect om dit daar op die bord. Dit is die 5 weer lyk nou, hoog 5 hier by die 550. Ja, oor die 550. 554, 554, Madhuri. Als is nou die valdriehoek, Helen van Breda. Goed op die bord vir Thailand. Oor die 5 lyk my hier na 550, 560 koers toe. Five, 556, Thailand. Suresh Low van die WP. We also going to shift the focus now to the other side, and Tabo is going to bring us the action in the men's 3,000 meter steeplechase final.
I think so, yeah.
If you're just joining us, you are watching the Athletic South Africa National Track and Field Championships taking place at Coetzenburg Stadium in Stellenbosch. And just underway is the men's 3,000 meter steeplechase. The youngster from Gauteng North, Leon Stolz, taking the early lead. Stolz hoping to compete for South Africa a bit later this year in Lima, or not in Lima, my apologies, in Eugene, Oregon, at the World Under-20 Championships in this event. And the senior athletes behind him not willing in the early stages to go with the pace being set by the junior athlete out front. And we'll see if he's maybe being a little ambitious here, or perhaps Leon Stolz is on his way to a gun-to-tape victory. He is a quality athlete, and if I was the senior athletes behind him, I wouldn't let him get too far ahead. Still a long way to go. 7.5 laps of the track. And those senior guys just sitting together in a big group behind Stolz. Good conditions for middle distance running. It's a bit chilly here in Stellenbosch, but much better conditions than we had yesterday. No wind at the moment and no rain, thankfully. And now the athletes behind him just deciding to make sure that he doesn't get too far in front. They will know who Stolz is. And for the first time in this race, Stolz relinquishing the lead, as he is now joined by the athletes in that chase group.
Led by the man from Central Gauteng.
One of the athletes from Central Gauteng heading the front. I think that's Enoch Bokaba.
They come to the water jump.
Representing Eastern Province Athletics, Apelele Nkonyeni, now tucking in behind Stolz, and that is Enoch Bokaba from Central Gauteng. In front, Nkonyeni tucks in behind him. Leon Stolz slipping back a bit. We'll see if he can keep up with the group now after going out as hard as he did. Representing Western Province, one of our pre-race favorites, Siboniso Soldaka, in the blue and white in third position. But it is Bokaba out front, setting the pace into this second kilometer of this 3,000 meter steeplechase. Apelele Nkonyeni looking comfortable in the red and white of Eastern Province in second place. That field now strung out behind Bokaba. Doesn't seem like the quickest pace being set here, despite the beautiful conditions for middle distance running. So I think we're expecting a tactical battle here, and it might come down to a sprint finish over the last lap or two. Enoch Bokaba looking comfortable out front. Apelele Nkonyeni just sitting on his shoulder. Soldaka also looking good in third, but a lot of athletes still left in contention here. 4 laps to go in this 3,000 meter steeplechase final. Nhlanhla Notoza from Central Gauteng now tucks in behind Soldaka. That entire lead group in single file now. Bokaba still setting the pace. I think we can expect over the last kilometer for things to really wind up. Leon Stolz, the early leader, the junior athlete, at the back of that lead group. Still a lot to run for here in this national championship final. Everybody happy to sit behind Bokaba as he continues to lead with a little more than 3 laps left. No changes up front. Nkonyeni still in second, Soldaka in third. Notoza from CGA in 4th place. And I imagine we're going to see some movement soon. Perhaps the athletes further back in this lead group will start shaking things up. Steady pace being set by Bokaba. And some of the athletes at the back of that lead group starting to struggle with that pace, just slipping off the back. Still 7 men in contention. We're going to have a very exciting finish here in this men's 3,000 meter steeplechase, being set up for a blistering pace over the last couple of laps. They've got 1,000 meters to run.
Water jump once again. And look who's now
For the first time, Siboniso Soldaka hits the front. Long-time leader Enoch Bokaba still hanging on in second position. Here comes Apalele Nkonyeni from Eastern Province, who sat behind Bokaba for so long, now sitting behind Siboniso Soldaka. 2 laps to go in this 3,000 meter steeplechase final. And Nkonyeni and Soldaka starting to open a bit of a gap now. The Western Province athlete winding things up with a couple of laps to go. And some gaps forming now in that lead group. In third place now, Nhlanhla Notoza from Central Gauteng. The only athlete perhaps still within reach of the 2 men out front. He's going to have to work hard if he wants to close that gap. Siyabonga Mbeleki back in 4th position for Gauteng North. We'll see if he can react over these last 600 meters. Nkonyeni just glances back there. Siboniso Soldaka in full control out front. But Nkonyeni looks dangerous. He's been in that runner-up spot pretty much from the start. Running behind 2 separate leaders during this race. As they hit the bell in around 7:41. Siboniso Soldaka doing everything he can to shake off Apalele Nkonyeni. And Nkonyeni hanging on. And now for the first time, Soldaka starts to stretch clear, opens up a meter or 2, surges down the back straight. I'm not sure Apalele Nkonyeni's got anything left. Siboniso Soldaka has wound things up over the last 400 meters. And with 200 to go, glances back. And I'm not sure he needs to worry about the men behind him, because this is a very, very quick finish from Siboniso Soldaka. He will hit the finishing straight in front, and I think Apalele Nkonyeni is going to settle for the silver medal here. Awesome tactical performance by Soldaka, and he's going to take gold for Western Province. Raises his arms in victory and gets a wide round of applause from the crowd. Sat back for most of the race, launched a furious kick over the last couple of laps, and Apalele Nkonyeni comes through for the silver medal. Bronze going to the CGA athlete Nhlanhla Notoza. And Siboniso Soldaka just showing his experience there and using his speed in the closing stages of that race. Winning time 8 minutes 44.7. Didn't look like it was going to be that quick, but a very fast kick there in the closing stages by Soldaka, and a well-deserved victory by that man. As the last of the athletes cross the finish line in this 3,000 meter steeplechase final. We'll have another short break in the program. The next event is the men's 800 meter final, which will be followed by the women's 800 meter final. And we're looking forward to some thrilling races there. Perhaps the athlete to watch between those 2 events will be the former world indoor champion, Prudence Sekgodiso from KwaZulu-Natal, lines up as the favorite in the women's 800 meter final. That gets underway at 10 to 11. Big day for Sekgodiso. She's also in the 1500 meter final later this afternoon. But before the women get underway over 2 laps, the men's 800 meter final will be held at 20 to 11. And we've got the likes of Edmund Duplessis, Renier de Villiers, Christopher Swart, perhaps better known for his performances over 1500. We'll see how he goes against the 2-lap specialists. And we'll also keep an eye out for the youngster Emil Els, a youth athlete who recently set the national under-18 record. But those races, or that men's race, only starting in a little under 20 minutes at 22:11. So we'll be taking a short break from the commentary booth. We'll leave you with some visuals of the women's long jump, and we'll be back with you shortly.
Right, so almost at the end of the 3 rounds, after which they're going to shuffle, and only top 8 going through. We now get to Lucia Bell. Unfortunately, overstepped there. For a possible medal. All she is on the board, and it's a high five, high in the, not a high five, in the high five. You can hand out high fives later. So, around about 580. 580 for Ashley Norman, and now they'll do the reshuffle. So let's see. So only North 6 meters. Then we've got a 580 there for Ashley Norman. There's a 582 for Lucci. 579 Scarlett from State. But they're going to sort it out now. Oh, Andrea Cornelissen with a 602. There you go. Andrea is currently in silver medal position. Building up now, about 10 minutes to go to this, what it is always so dramatic. So the men's 800 we're going to crown a new champion, no Decathlon.
Starting to turn again out here. Schrijf
Well, as you come back here to Coetzenburg, the rain has started to fall just in time for this, the final of the men's senior 800 meters. And these men will be lining up pretty soon in this final. And what a final we have in prospect for you. We'll just go through the lineup for the men taking part in this one. Kwazi Okatsi from Gauteng North will be in this one. Jansen Bell from Central Northwest. Molifi, he ran yesterday quite nicely as well. He will be in this one. Faru from Boland Athletics. And then keep an eye on Rene de Villiers from Central Northwest. He might be a man to challenge, possibly the favorite here for this one, Edmund Duplessis from Gauteng North. Werner Goos, he also goes in this race. Jaden de Vet, Emil Els, and Christopher Swart complete the lineup. 10 athletes to vie for 1 gold medal in this, the men's senior 800 meters. And I think this one might just be a little bit more tactical. You see Rene de Villiers there in the middle. Keep an eye on him. Man with the number 46. Just on his outside is Werner Goos, and then outside him, man with the neon colored shoes there. That possibly is the favorite, Edmund Duplessis. Well, and they're off. Crowd getting behind them as well. And it's going to be interesting to see if anybody's going to take this up front here in this final of the 800 meters. And it looks like it's coming from the inside there. That's Kwazi leading the pack round there. He's opened a little bit of a gap, but that will certainly be closed very, very quickly. They don't want to give anybody a chance here to get away. 600 meters to go. They make the bend round to get into the home straight. Edmund Duplessis here running in second place, and he's quite nicely placed there in this pack. He doesn't want to get boxed in, so he's taking it up front. Looks, glances behind him to possibly the man to challenge him, Werner Goos in third place. The bell goes. Around about 53 seconds for that first lap. So this is where we'll see what type of tactics these men have. Will somebody start kicking with 300 meters to go? It's still Kwazi in front. Still possibly the favorite. Now running on the shoulder. He wants to widen his stride there as Edmund Duplessis now decides to take matters forward. Men still lining up behind him. 200 meters to go. And now Edmund, you can see him pumping the arms. He wants to make a big fist of this. Werner Goos behind him. They are queuing up. Christopher Swartz now also saying he wants to have his word, but it looks like it's going to be Edmund Duplessis that's going to run away with this. He will have the gold medal. The man from Poland coming on the outside, Faru. Can he get there? Oh, I think he might have sneaked second place. But no doubt about the winner, Edmund Duplessis, winning this one quite comfortably. Make it around 1 minute 47 seconds for that 800 meters. But he ran a very good race there. Didn't go too hard up front, just stuck in behind Kwazi. And then when they got to that 300 meters, decide he wants to let go there. Good run by the Boland athlete there as well, Duvan Faru, who came through nicely there at the end. Might have just pooped second place. But there he is, your winner. And true to form, Edmund Duplessis from Gauteng North, winning the gold medal at this championships for the 800 meters.
Otherwise, they're going to have to stand in the cold, in the rain.
Yeah, it is Faro that did get that second place. It's actually 1 minute 46 seconds. And then Christopher Swart came through nicely as well from Central Northwest to finish third. Those are your medalists here in this, the 800 meters for men. And that was very hotly contested for those medals. Well, following this, in about 10 minutes or so, we'll have the women 800 meters to follow, and that will be hotly contested as well. So we'll take a short break and enjoy the visuals that we'll show you as well.
She's got a 1 in. Let's see what she did up to now. 579. Okay. So she was down in fifth and now up into silver medal. Things are starting to happen. Who's next up?
Follow the
Okay. She was in bronze, she's now in fifth after two great jumps just before her. 5'8". So she stays in position 5. It will be Andrea Cornelissen now in the bronze medal position.
Doesn't work.
Another good one. She leads a solid one. Remember, she's now down in bronze. And And let's get back to the 800 meters. This one is going to be 600 meters. Getting ready.
We are good to go in the women's 800 meter final at these national senior championships. Not ideal conditions. It is cold here in Stellenbosch and the rain is pouring. The firm favorite for the title starts in lane 6 from KwaZulu-Natal. Former world indoor champion Prudence Sekgodiso will be looking to defend her national title here. Expects a tactical race, I think, from Sekgodiso. She's got the 1500 meter final later on today as well. She'll want to save a bit of energy for that, because in that race she has to go up against the in-form athlete Karabo More. That is Karina Swiggers, who starts in lane 2 for Gauteng North. Just outside her, Tinyiko Ndala. We'll see if the likes of Aviwe Hobolosh can put up a fight here against Prudence Sekgodiso. Shanae Swart, who pushed Sekgodiso to the line at last year's championships, not here in Stellenbosch this week. And you would expect Sekgodiso to have things all her own way here. Struggled with her form in the later stages of last season. Didn't have her best world championships in Tokyo, where she was unable to complete her race. And in the early stages of this year, hasn't been in the kind of form we've seen her over the last few seasons. And hopefully we do see the best from Prudence Sekgodiso later this year, but today I don't think she'll be looking too closely at the clock because of these horrible conditions at Coetzenburg Stadium, and because it's unlikely that she'll have to hit top gear to be able to win this final. No disrespect to anyone else, but she is a world-class athlete. One of the ladies heading the track there. Not unusual in an 800 meter race to see some bumping and barging, and unfortunate for her, she does get back up and hits the back of that pack. Difficult to come back after a fall in a 2-lap race, as expected.
Leading that out here now. Coming through there, 392 Prudence in the lead as they're getting ready to strike there with Mount Pape there in second down. Moving up, and they've got to the 300 meter mark and moving up. And Prudence is experienced, she's classy, talented, and she's going to stay up there. And now you can see she's just increasing the pace. And they just can't stay with her. Pape is running well through there. They trying the best for each one. Rain at the back there, Lara Thunder, Pomolote, but she's in that class of her own. As she is going forward, the gap is growing. It is 4 or 5 meters. When it comes to 6 meters, surely nobody's going to challenge her. She just ran away from them. The battle is for Stolen and Brown. They are going to go absolutely flying. But there is like stopping the class. Look at Lara Thunder coming through. But running well here is Joaquin Melachor. They're getting it there. Oh, her class goes coming out. It could be Paris Van Rooyen. 2 Yeah. Get on the board. Another 106. That is well over 6. That could challenge that 6-1 of 610 of the 616 of Andrea Cornelissen. It's going to be very, very close. 616 is currently silver. This one is, yes, 6 to 8 into silver. Is what it is. Hard cutting up. It is getting exciting here. We're in round 5. So only one round. Now the Fatima Sidiso. She was in bronze at one stage. Now down a couple of positions. She would like to change that. Thank you very much. At the moment 587 her bid. Unfortunately, it's going to be a red, so it's hanging there down at the 587 mark. So, the athletes over 6, Lisa, Luege, and Cornelissen. Up next is going to be the athlete now in the silver, bronze medal position.
We do have to
Get on the board. No, it is not going to be better than the 6 to 8. So she's going to stay in bronze to more or less just over 6 meters. So, staying in bronze. Lee Nolter. If she's going to jump, she's well working. Looks like she is going to go for her round 5. Easy here for Nolter at 649. Remember, he wears it at 649. Norman has a 646 this year. So it's not necessarily over the line yet. So just getting the ball, make sure that he's in the line right. Norman getting ready with rain a little bit less now. But that's it. Excellent on the board there. And by the looks of it, it's not going to challenge that 649, will be just over 6 meters, so it's going to stay as it is. Right, ladies and gentlemen, that was the first 5 rounds, and now the last round for our women long jumpers. 5-7-5 of beter is wat sy soek. En sy soek 'n bietjie ondersteuning. Kom ons help ons verspringers. Dis moeilik hier buite. Net achter die bord, ze is een paar centimeter daar achtergelaten, ze hebben ze op de tafel gelost. Ze is op 5-7-4. 5-7-5 is op die ogenblik die 7e positie en die ene kant is 5-7, ek is beter. En weer sy 1 positie op na 7 toe. Alright. Dinge raak nou lekker versag. Waar is ons nou? Ons is by Skyler van Dijk. Skyler van Dijk. Op 5-7-9 is in hierdie stadium minstens 'n 6de plek. Van Dijk, 5-6de plek. So Skyler van Dijk gaan dan in die 6de plek eindig net 1 centimeter voor Johan de Verder. So daar 5 atlete oor. Die volgende nommer 10 is Ashton Norman. Die oomlik dan op 5-8-9 in die 5de plek. Van Centraal Gauteng, Ashton. Die ondersteuning, waar is ons daar hier op Coetzenburg vanaf? Ja, hier met julle nodig, het is moeilijk hier buiten. Ashton in laaste poging. Ja, weet nie, dit is julle paar centimeter al achter die lijn. Ek dink nie, dit gaan beter wees as 5-8-9 nie. Lijkt me hier rond de 5-6. Dit is onder 5-7. Zij maakt dan klaar in die 5e positie. 5-9. En nou die top 3. Waarbij is het nou in Zolder. She would love to go better than 69. Main challenge then in also the 6-4, 6-5. The rain is now almost gone, just drizzling. The wind fortunately not really wind. So let's get ready. Last 4 athletes, folks, come on. The last little bit for the crowds to get behind our top athletes. Lucci, Vega, Dubois. Let's go. And it's good, it's over 6. Not sure that it's going to be better than 6-8, but let's see if there's a 6, just about 6-2. 6-2-0, so she stays in silver. But there are 2 athletes that can take that position from her. Who is next up? It should be number 6 now. She's at 5-8. Is that a big one in the legs of Makatu Matsidi? She needs to go beyond 6 to get on the podium. It's going to be 6 meters. It's going to be just, it's going to be the high 5. So we have our medal winners. We know who's going to get them close. And at the moment, it is Coetzenburg in silver. And this young lady would like to go one better. She needs a 628, 629 for silver, a 650 for gold. From Boland, Andrea Cornelissen. Is hier Bolanders hier? Daar iemand hier wat voor gaan ondersteunen? Come on, let's help her. Come on, Andrea. At least bronze. Is there anything more? Let's go help her. Oh, that's close. That's so close. That is so close. They're looking there at the bottom. It's a white flag. Oh, this is going to be fantastic. Ziet u eens de maat en Rea. Ja, die hart komt zo goed. They throw the side. They're going to get white. White, they're going to measure. 629. This is going to be. It's going to be. Yes, it's a woo. 630. Is that right? 630. That will mean a silver medal for Andrea Cornelissen, but they're still discussing here, as I can stand. Right, 630. Silver for Andrea Cornelissen from Poland. And that means, Danny, can you spring, Danny? She's done. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. She's not going to go, she said. She het moeilijk gemaakt met de achterrecht en te klimmen. be finishing up the morning session on day 3. This morning, another incredible performance by Taylor Caroline, the 10,000 running the 6th fastest time by a South African athlete ever in the 10,000 on the track, with a 32 minutes 05, 60:05 is on. Yeah, 22 minutes 05, 6th fastest of all time by a South African woman on the track in the 10,000. So on the field, we have the javelin women final, and soon the folders in the decathlon folders men will start. At 12 o'clock medal ceremony, please be there. Medal winners, please be there. steenkamp. Van die boot die op 38-0. Die 38-2-7. Martin Sparta, die oomlik 49 en sy beaptheid wees, gaan daar beter wees. Ja, dit allemaal nou hier rondom die 50 meter, liewers gaan een grote uitkom, dus haar laaste ene. 49-3-1. Ja, dat lijkt goed. Nog gedaan. Ja, 49. 29.60. Okay, 5-6, 49-5-6. Right, there's a verbetering graag. Sense of alertness. Laaste poging nou hier. Marinei Grobler. Oh, dit lijkt weer eens daar die koers in het goed. We zijn op die oomlik op 51-5-0. Kijk ze die medailles van de interviews. Dit is het. Last weer. 52-7-7. Nou gebeur die dingen. En die vrouw is vies gooi. Ja, dit is zilver medaillepositie. Mooi, Diller. Stephanie Hoek op 49-1-7. Zoek op de... Deze winkel op die oomlik op 49-1-9. Daar 50 dagen bij deze gaan loskomen. Ja, hij gaat een beetje kort. Daarom dat absoluut alles weer hier. Nico. Hier ben ik weer 7 op Nico. Oh, dat is een goeie. Oh, die lijkt daar. Oké. Als ik hem dat op die laatste over. Dat is wat er hier belangrijk is. Right. Dat is 50. Met 8-6. Dinge gebeur. Ook bij Janne van Skoutwijk op 3-5-2. Alright, dames en heren, competitie einde vlam gevat. Janne van Skout 53-2, waar dan de nieuwe ASA kampioen van die groep. En dan in die tweede plek was dit René Grobler met al 52-7-7 hier recht in die einde. En kom eens kijken in die derde plek. Tussen 49-5-6. Oh nee, met 50.86. Voor 8-7-7. Ja, van Skoutwijk zo overheen, waarin hij Grobler. Tot wij dank u dames, een heerlijke competitie, lekker om te kijken. Medal ceremony in 25 minutes from now. Medal winners, please kindly to the medal now. message for the athletes, especially in the 5,000 meters. According to the new rule, you are not allowed to wear smart watch in the elevator rifle. You can wear a normal stopwatch, but you are not allowed to wear smart watch in the elevator. So kindly athletes, please note that new regulation. welcome to the first of three medal ceremonies for this last day. The medals will be presented by Mr. Sebastian Marlow, ASA board member, and Mr. Mike Masebe, also an ASA board member. We can start with the women's pole vault. The bronze medal, a clean sweep for Willem Davies, bronze medal to Decathlon. In your absence, Mr. Hazy, silver medallion on Elaine Redstone. And gold medal at a performance of 4.20 meters for Willem. Here. The 4x100 meter relay. So they go to the BT of Coetzenburg. That was right up start, picking up there, and all the safety and several ways for the gold medal to South African champions to the 18 of Coetzenburg. Confirming her as the leading locked up in South Africa. Gold medal in South African champions from Coetzenburg. 6.49 meters. the 6th fastest in history by South African women, the South African champion, Canada. Leading the double of 5 and 10, and both were top 10 all time with their time. Men's 800 meters. The men's 800 meters. The bronze medal to the athlete from New Northwest, Christopher Swart. Silver medal to the man from World Athletics, Julian Faro. Thank you, gentlemen. And now, finally, the women's 800 meters. Right, bronze medal, gone together. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the youngest medal winners ever in the women's 800 meters. She's still an under 18 athlete from Poland's Lana Sander. The silver medal to the athlete from Coetzenburg, Swati Murasoe. And Ina Maxon's the gold medal, the South African Michael Queen of the distance from Taylor and Prudence Sequidisol. Thank you for Mr. Harlan and Jamie. Welcome, athletes. Our next medal presentation will be around 2 o'clock. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the afternoon session. Strap in, because it's about to get fast. It's time for the finals. The DJ might go a bit berserk. If he does, forgive us. It's the last day. It's the final day. It's time for a bit of drama. It's time for a bit of spice. You have come here to be entertained, and the athletes will entertain you. Half a lap to define some careers. It's going to come down to 200 meters, and the stage is lit up. It is filled with some wonderful athletes. The women will go first. The junior champion, the under 20 double champion, all the way from Hoërskool Nelspruit in the colors of Mpumalanga. Zoe Sylvia. This is going to be really thrilling. The defending South African champion, the queen of the 200 meters, in the colors of Free State, hailing from Oranje Macy's, Rumey Burger. And the former South African champion over 400 meters, the 2023 champion, Precious Molepo. How about in 4x1 African junior champion record holder, runs a personal best of 23.36. Former athlete, student from Randburg, Kayla Grassi. And on the inside, from a little small town, a young girl that finished in 4th last year, looking for gold in 2026. Anastasia George. On the outside, some of the up. The South African Championship, the title contest. I hope that you are all ready, because it comes down to this. Half a lap. Defending champion, former champions, former stars, personal bests. We'll start with all of that nitty-gritties, and then we will set the stage on an incredible race. And thinking of that, all of that didn't matter in the 400-meter hurdles when the Free Stater decided he's going to take the gold. It comes down to this moment. Here they are in their lanes. The women's final 200 meters. In lane 8, representing Central Gauteng with a personal best of 23.93. La Ungara. On the inside of her, 4th last year in the women's final over 200 meters,
Can she upgrade a couple of positions to get to gold perhaps? A personal best of 23.51. Anastasia George representing Gauteng North. Inside of her in lane number 6. World under 20 representative on 2 occasions, double consecutive years. She runs a personal best of
Bring out my
Precious Molepo. On the outside of her, in lane number 3,
Back to the action
the
at the
double
National
champion,
Senior Track and
the
Field
double junior
Championships.
champion.
Coming to you live from Coetzenburg Stadium in Stellenbosch. First event after the lunch break, the women's 200-meter final. And the young lady you see on screen just to the right, representing Athletics Free State. Last year, stunned a quality field, did Rume Burger, to win this national senior title at the age of 17. Still a junior athlete, wearing 89 on her vest. She goes in lane 5 and will turn out among the favorites here in an attempt to try and defend that national title, but she's going to have some work to do. The full lineup includes Shane Vansbury, who goes in lane 1 for Gauteng North. On her outside in 2, representing Central Northwest, Chardonnay Smith. National junior champion Zoe Cilliers, representing Mpumalanga, goes in lane 3. 400-meter specialist Precious Molepo, a former national champion over the 1 lap, representing Central Gauteng, will be eager to put up a fight here. Looked good in the heats, did Molepo, and we'll see what she can do over this 200-meter sprint. Burger, the defending champion, goes in lane 5. Another former national champion, Kayla Lachransi, lines up in lane 6, representing Central Gauteng. From Gauteng North, Anastasia George goes in lane 7. Just missed out on a medal last year, did George, and she'll be hoping to get on the podium this time around. And closing out the lineup in lane 8, representing Central Gauteng, Lana Ungara. All eyes here on lane number 5. Can the junior athlete Rume Burger successfully retain this national senior title? Precious Molepo in lane 4 will fancy her chances of upsetting the 200-meter specialists here. Molepo has been in very good form over the last couple of years. Good to see her getting back to her best. She looked really comfortable in the heats. Also look out for the youngster Zoe Cilliers in lane 3. Lachransi in 6. Anastasia George in 7. Will also be hungry for podium places. Rume Burger, the national champion, still a high school student in the Free State, attending Oranje Macy's. On screen there was Zoe Cilliers, the youngster. There's Precious Molepo, 400-meter specialist, dropping down in distance here, showing a good turn of speed in the heats. On her outside there is the pre-race favorite Rume Burger. Hasn't been overly delighted with some of her recent performances, but in the opening rounds at these national championships started looking back at her best. And we got a big smile from her in the qualifying round. Let's see if Burger can do it again. Just on her outside is Kayla Lachransi, representing Central Gauteng. She goes in lane 6. also a former national champion. Anastasia George, representing Gauteng North, goes in lane 7. She finished 4th in this race last year and looking for a place on the podium this time around. On the far outside in lane 8, representing Central Gauteng, that is Lana Ungara. And we are good to go here for the women's 200-meter final at these National Senior Championships. After a bit of rain earlier on today, it has dried up a bit, but it is still quite cold. Sprinters do like warmer conditions, but I'm sure they'll be pleased that the track is dry. And we're underway in the senior women's 200-meter final. Good start by Kayla Lachransi from Central Gauteng in lane 6. Rume Berger now pulling up alongside her as they enter the finishing straight. It's Lachransi against Berger, pushing all the way to the line. Kayla Lachransi is going to be crowned national 200-meter champion. Great finish on her outside from Anastasia George. She takes 2nd position. I think the defending champion Rume Berger might have held on for 3rd. Cracking run by Kayla Lachransi. Started so well. Managed to gain momentum down that finishing straight, pulling away from Rume Berger. And a great finish by Anastasia George. She grabs that silver medal, and we'll wait for the official results just to confirm that Rume Berger did get the bronze. Next event on the track will be the men's 200-meter final. The firm favorite for that race, the defending champion and a finalist at last year's World Championships, Sinesipho Dambile, lines up for Gauteng North. And we'll also look out for the youngster, also representing Gauteng North, lined up at the World Championships last year as a junior athlete, Naeem Jack. Goes in lane 4. And a couple of 400-meter specialists lining up as well, the likes of Umti Mtimkulu and Godeo Isaacs. But all eyes in that men's race will be on lane 6. Sinesipho Dambile favored for this national title. And just confirming from the women's race, Rume Berger did get the bronze medal, just ahead of Precious Molepo. The victory, of course, going to Kayla Lachransi.
Results. Team managers from Gauteng North, Central North East, and Willa.
And there is the final result of the women's 200 meters. Kayla Lachransi taking the win in 23.37 for Central Gauteng. Anastasia George finishing strongly for the silver medal. Defending champion Rume Berger takes 3rd position in 23.64, just holding off a charge from Precious Molepo. Got about 8 minutes to the start of the men's 200-meter final, so we'll have a few minutes break in the commentary booth before we move on to that event.
time in 2026. 1967 by a youngster, Cloud Gauss.
Well, there are a few of the other results that we see here. The women's senior javelin results. Jana van Skalkbeek winning the gold there from Boland with a distance of 53.12 meters. But we're all getting set for the men's 200-meter finals, and this should be a well-contested final. We have men aplenty. We have men junior champs. We have men that participated at the Olympics, and we have champions all round in this one coming up here. In lane 1 we'll have Gardio Isaacs, man from Western Province, participated in the 4x400 meter, getting a bronze at the World Champs. Adrian Swart is deemed to go in lane 2 for Boland. Eckhart Potgieter, 6th last year in 2025. He goes in lane 3. Naeem Jack, 12th fastest all time. He's Naeem Jack. He goes in lane 4, representing Gauteng North. Mtimkulu, man that worked his way through the rounds, has got himself into this final. He goes in lane 5, representing Free State. The favorite, Sinisipo Dambile, the reigning champ in the 200 meters. He goes in lane 6. Representing Western Province, Keegan van der Merwe goes in lane number 7. And then right on the outside, Mshlale. He will be the man everybody will be chasing, representing Northwest. The men's 200 meter final. Well, they're away at the first time of asking, and they're very close together, and the race is probably going to stump together once this bend unwind. We see Jack there, we see Mtimkulu, and then we see the man on the outside, Dambile. He's going to take this, the reigning champ. He's going to still be the champ. Excellent run by him. 20.04, just over the 20-second mark. Second place was Naeem Jack from Gauteng North, but it is the reigning champ that still remains the champ over 200 meters here, and he is taking the applause here. Dambile, and he is getting the applause he thoroughly deserves. Yeah, it was an excellent run, and once that bend unwind, he certainly turned on the afterburners. Second place goes to Jack. Youngster again performing excellently well here. And then it looks like Potgieter, Eckhart Potgieter. He was 6th in 2025. He gets a bronze medal this time round. There are the results. In fact, it's not Potgieter, apologies. It is, in fact, Mslale that gets the bronze medal in 3rd position. But there is your winner, 20.04 in the 200. And he is well and truly happy with that result. Excellent run by Dambile. Excellent run too by the youngster Jack, and Mshlale getting that all-important 3rd place as well, getting himself on the bronze medal. More athletics to come in not the far distant future. We will be having the high hurdles for men coming up here in about 9 minutes time. It will be the final of the 110 meter hurdles here at Coetzenburg. We'll take a short break. Join us again shortly.
Check if there's some high jump action or something.
Start with the men. Down at top already. Just waiting for the hurdles to be placed. And they are ready to go. It's cool down here. And they have a tailwind. It really is helping them, but the hurdles, with the high hurdles.
You have 6 minutes, you acknowledge. Khalil, you have 6 minutes on the rope. You need to listen. Kom, die mensen moet focus zien.
No, he inquired about something in Africa.
No, he cannot, he's not working yet. We need to get going before the
Right before there, where the athletics of Africa.
Our understanding and said he won the silver medal 2 years ago. He's from Stellenbosch, and the man is Steeplechase. He played a bronze medal 2 years ago. He's a local lad from Broad Athletics, not one of the tallest, but boy can he hurdle. Welcome Jason October. There is no stop to the loop. We're at the moment, we saw in the semi-final the player of the world indoor. It is in the hurdle, he's not here. So Woody's going to be the champion. Team champion for 20. In the big side as they will come through. As we call them their half up on the PG behind. We're so up track. It is all in that moment to start getting that first hurdle. Not being with or not being, it's a sacrifice by
Well, the finals are coming thick and fast here now on the final day of this Athletic South Africa Senior Track and Field Championships here in Coetzenburg. And the next on track, we'll see the men's senior 110 meter hurdles, the high hurdles, the modified sprinting event, and these men are getting set to go. There you see the Goodlet. He will be representing Gauteng, Central Gauteng Athletics. He will go in lane 1. Next to him, Reinhard Strauss, representing Gauteng North. Strong contingent here from Gauteng North, especially in the hurlers event. Then, next to him, you'll see the Western Province athletes. Second quickest time this year, Demar Jacobs goes in lane number 3. And then next to him, well, a man that needs no introduction, 7-time champion, and still the record holder in this event, Antonio Alcana, getting back to some good form, still going strongly. There's the man, Mondre Barnard, strong man, ran very well in the semi-finals, and he will be a man to beat as well. Looks really confident there. Next to him, Jaden Parkin from Free State. He might want to upset the apple carts here as well, with the 2 men next to him to his left. In lane number 7, Sepo Lefete, man from Central Gauteng, goes in lane 7. And then next to him, the man from Boland, Jason October. Those are the men in the 110 meter hurdles for men. And away they go, and who's first to rise? It looks like it was Barnard and Jacobs first to ride, and here comes Alcana, the man in the middle, and these three are running away with it. Who's going to get there? Jacobs, Alcana. It looks like Jacobs have just got it from Alcana. Barnard comes through in 3rd position. What a run that was by the 2 men from Western Province. And it's that man in picture, Denmark Jacobs. He is the senior high hurdles champion. Just popping Alcana. 13.49 is the time, and he is well and truly happy with that result. It was an excellent run, and those 3 men just ran away from the rest of the field. And the crowd really enjoyed that race. Demar Jacobs. He had an absolute magnificent start with Barnard. They got to that first hurdle in the lead, and then through came Alcana halfway through that race. showing his class, showing his experience. And then just at the end, Barnard just faltered a little bit. But those are your three medalists. Demar Jacobs taking the gold from Alcana, from Barnard. And if that's just the picture set for us. In fact, they've given it the second place to Barnard, who just pipped Alcana on the line. Might have dived there, but those are still your three medalists there. Excellent run. Demar Jacobs, 13.47. Barnard, 13.51. And there, Alcana just behind in third place. Still getting a medal. The well-experienced pro. And if that's what was before us, what's still to come in the women's final, that's going to come in the next few minutes. So stay tuned. The next race on track, we'll see the women's senior 110 meter hurdles. 100 meter hurdles, apologies. Thanks, Joe.
Next event on the track, the women's 100 meter hurdles final. And this could be a one-horse show. Look out for the athlete in lane 5, national record holder, and easily the fastest athlete in the country in this event. Marianne Fourie lines up as the firm favorite in the colors of Gauteng North. Gauteng North has so much depth. They've got 7 athletes in this 8-person field. The youngster on the outside there in lane 8, Amogelang Motlatle with the spectacles. a very talented young athlete. She also represents South African youth hockey team and a very good hurdler. Just inside her, Megan Marie, another youth athlete from Gauteng North, has been in good form this year, running just outside 13 seconds. Let's see how she goes against the senior athletes. Next to her in lane 6, number 161, Martelise Jordan, yet another athlete from Gauteng North. And on the right of your screen, going in lane 5, our pre-race favorite, Marianne Fourie, quickly becoming one of the best 100-meter hurdlers in the world. And it's a bit cold today, so we don't know what sort of time she's going to run, but let's see how Fourie goes. Just inside her in lane 4, perhaps the athlete that will give her the strongest challenge, junior superstar Tumi Ramokopa. Recently became the first South African junior athlete to go under 13 seconds. Inside her in lane 3, another Gauteng North athlete, Rolene Lowe. And look out for this young lady, still a youth athlete, Megan Niemann. Recently lost her national youth record, which she held for some time, but later went on to break the national youth record in the 400-meter hurdles. Very versatile is Megan Niemann. And on the inside in lane 1, a 400-meter hurdle specialist, the only athlete in this field not representing Gauteng North, from KwaZulu-Natal, Giselle Magaman, a former Olympic youth champion in the 400 hurdles. What can she do stepping down in distance to this 100-meter hurdles race? All eyes on lane 5. Marianne Fourie will fancy her chances of picking up another national title here. Watch the youngster on her inside. Tumi Ramokopa has run 12.92 this year, the second quickest time ever by an African junior athlete, and the fastest junior athlete in African history is Tommy Amasan, who went on to break the world record at senior level. And that's just the kind of class that Tumi Ramokopa is in. Can she put up a fight here against Marianne Fourie? And they're off cleanly. Cracking start by Tumi Ramokopa and a fall by Giselle Magerman in lane 1, but the other 7 athletes still in this race. Marianne Fourie starts to tear away. Tumi Ramokopa is going to take the silver medal. And look at that time, 12.70 for the national record holder. Marianne Fourie is in superb form in the early stages of this season. Let's give it up as well for the youngster Tumi Ramokopa, living up to the hype, coming through to take that silver medal at these national senior championships. Lots of hugs all around by the Gauteng North athletes. The only athlete who wasn't from Gauteng North, Giselle Magerman, unfortunately clipping a hurdle and hitting the track there. Let's not take anything away from the national champion, Marianne Fourie, lined up as the firm favorite and came through in a spectacular fashion, 12.7 seconds. She'll be very happy with that performance, especially in these cold conditions. And there's the official time, rounded down to 12.69. Good run by Tumi Ramokopa to take second place in 13.1. And Megan Niemann, the youth athlete, still under 18, is Megan Niemann, running 13.39. Megan Marie, another youth athlete, comes through for 4th. So the youth and junior athletes absolutely shining here. Well done to Giselle Magerman for getting back to her feet. She did finish that race in 8th place. Unfortunately, wasn't actually in the contest, but always good to see when an athlete's able to pick themselves up and finish after a fall. The medals go to Fourie, Ramokopa and Niemann. Marie just missing out there. That's it for the women's 100-meter hurdles. The next event on the track will be the women's 400-meter final, but we do have a bit of a gap in the program, and it's a little more than an hour before we get underway with that race. So we'll be taking another break from the commentary booth, and we'll be back just before 1:45 for the start of the women's 400-meter final.
And your top three, please report to the to face men. We're waiting for you at the back, but the judges around the stadium.
At the High Rocks, well, is that in Stockholm? I think it's in Stockholm. That's where he's going to go. So the Icon is in van die beste in Suid-Afrika, maar hij komt bij High Rocks. So I played my game. I knew that's why I needed to go for a dance off instead of the running, because you would kick my butt. We had Julie the people. Ik wil niet verloren. Welcome to the final of the main competition. It's afternoon session, main competition, and the final of the hammer throw. Get you some feedback. The defending going away for another result. So this is only round one, round two coming up. And these are the distances of 15 to 6. That's already what we feel. It is a 15.060. That's title cover. And another one that's relatively updated. That's a 14.69. That's from Exterior. He's starting to get those on the top three. Of course, there's a junior vehicle with a 14.08, so that's also somewhere there in one. So the first exchange, so we'll leave them alone until they decide they have the top 8. In that thriller with the Highland first time, and you really hadn't been. You had him by the throat. Well, it's still playing deep in his mind because he had the title right there. Going to strip it away from the 21-year-old champion. Not 21-year-old champion, but he's still standing around the most successful hammer thrower of all time in South Africa. 21 straight victories. 23 straight victories. Yeah. Yet, drie kwart jaar na elkaar. Na elkaar, niemand van hen mannen kon. But now there's some drama here. Cover the camera up. Right now, coming to the champion, something back thing now is the former champion. He's got shot into the top lost place.
final call for these medal winners to the holding area for the medal presentations. You are 200-meter minute over race walk this morning. Men's 3,000 steeplechase. You kindly please report to the medal panel at the back of the pavilion. We'd like to start. President of Athletics, Dr. Harold Adams. Women's 21.1 kilometer race walk. World Athletics has changed the distances in the race
Johan, let me know once you're receiving again.
to the half marathon and the marathon, and this is going the half marathon. The bronze medal representing country North Marissa Swanepoel. The silver medal representing Central North West Alice Melbourne. And the gold medal, the new South African champion from Stellenbosch, Zelda Botha. Thank you, ladies. The men's half marathon race walk. We have on at the bronze medal to the athlete from KwaZulu-Natal, Ilasani Lambo. In their absence, the silver medal to Kutsampule from Gauteng, and gold medal and South African champion, Robert Williams from Gauteng. Next week of these Steeplechase. The bronze medal to the athlete from Gauteng, Slam Motor.
See how you're receiving it.
The silver medal represents Eastern Province, Apelele Konye. The gold medal, our South African champion from the Western Province, Sibunisu Sodaka. Thank you, gentlemen. The men's 110-meter hurdles. The bronze medal, I call him the old man, but he is still brilliant for a 36-year-old from the Western Province. A silver medal from the Eastern Province, Hopefully we have a new champion, gold medal, South African champion from the Western Province,
Am I back on?
Women's javelin. An enthralling competition rapidly in the final 2 rounds. It all happened. The winner from Central North West. Die silver medaille wordt van Centraal West Marinijn Grobler. And the gold medal goes to Holland. Zuid-Afrikaanse kampioen Jana van Skalkwyk. Thank you, ladies. Women's 100-meter hurdles. team from Gauteng North from position 1 to 7. Bronze medal to Megan United. The silver medal to Dewey Ramaphosa.
Channel 12.
De gouden medaille aan het Amerikaans kampioen Marion Curry. Kwalificeerde tijd.
I mean group 12, sorry. Thing on the side. The blue must be 12, right?
Thanks very much.
Come on. think I kneel now? Where was this? Sorry, I'm just checking this thing with the transmitter. Yeah, it's quite crazy. And they all switched to chat now. Group 14.
Decathlon Max, genommen von Bach. The South African that will be fine. Lane 8. Normally around in the colours of the Eastern Province. She is now in the colours of Central County. The under 20 and beyond. Over 400 meters. Davida Shaw. How about this youngster from Montana? He's been absolutely incredible throughout the age group stages. In the finals of the 100-meter hurdles, in the final of the 400-meter flat, in the final of the 400-meter hurdles. Isabella Gupta. In line 6, representing South Africa at the World Championships. The fastest on paper.
Are we good to go?
Something run. Podium. In lane number 5, brand scintillating races here is Ruby Burger. Over 300 meters.
Next event on the track at the National Senior Athletics Championships, the women's 400-meter final. Quite a wide open race this, as we see Colleen Skeepers there from Gauteng North just preparing her starting block. She goes in lane 2. Just inside her, Zante van der Merwe, also running for Gauteng North, will line up on the inside. In lane 3 from Boland, Elke van der Westhuizen, the local favorites here for a medal. Look out for the lady in lane 4 representing Central Gauteng, Precious Molepo. She's had a good week, has Molepo. Has already picked up a medal over the 200-meter distance. Let's see how she goes over her specialist 400-meter sprint. She probably lines up here as the favorite, but she'll be watching some of the ladies on her outside. Yada van Staden from Gauteng North goes in 5. Another athlete to watch in lane 6, Marley Viljoen, also representing Gauteng North. Isabella Gunther from AGN lines up in 7. And out in lane 8 from Central Gauteng is Davida Strong. There is Davida Strong, one of the younger athletes in the field. 3 medals up for grabs here in this one-lap final. There is Elke van der Westhuizen just stepping off the track. I think handing a water bottle or a cool drink bottle to someone. Some of our technical officials just having a chat there. It's been really good to see Precious Molepo finding her top form over the last year or two. Phenomenal junior athlete, dipped a little bit in the early stages of her senior career, but she's found her feet again, producing some phenomenal performances. She's going to have to work for this one. Nobody's going to hand it to her on a plate. But I think Precious Molepo, perhaps the athlete to watch here, showing a great turn of speed over the 200-meter distance not too long ago on today's program.
Oh man.
Let's see how she goes here over the full lap. All the athletes have stepped off the track, which is still a little bit wet from the rain that fell earlier. Fortunately not raining at the moment. It is still quite chilly here at Coetzenburg Stadium in Stellenbosch.
The playing field is even Steven. It's going to come to grit. It's going to come to walls.
I don't think it's iemand se transmitter.
We still have 5 minutes to go before the scheduled start of this race. Ocon and Lythe Pile, former World Junior champions. Leonard Kukumur, the youngster from Central Gauteng, didn't have the best performance in the semi-finals yesterday. Seemed to struggle a little bit in the tough conditions over the last few meters of that race, and we'll see how Kukumur goes now, whether he can recover. But first up are the women. Marley Fuljoen there from Gauteng North, one of the pre-race favorites. She will fancy her chances here. And there is Precious Molepo. She will be the athlete to watch in lane 4. As well as Molepo has run over the last couple of seasons, she's not going to have it all her own way here. I'm sure some of the other athletes in this lineup will believe that they can beat her. Number 202 on the left of your screen lines up in lane 1. That's Zante van der Merwe. Number 194, Colleen Skeepers, goes in lane 2. On the right of your screen, wearing number 425, is Elke van der Westhuizen, the local favorite from Boland. There is Elke van der Westhuizen. The crowd here will be hoping for her to stand up and deliver at these national championships. There's the full lineup. 8 athletes targeting 3 medals. National record in this event, 49.62, held by Caster Semenya since 2018. We won't see that challenge today, certainly not in these conditions. And I don't think the athletes will worry too much about their times, because it is cold and wet here in Stellenbosch. But we're expecting a tough battle all the way to the line. Can Precious Molepo pull it out the bag? Or is there going to be a little bit of a surprise from one of the other athletes in this field?
Another youngster. Yes, she's full of life. She's happy to be here.
There is Isabella Gunther, another one of the young athletes in this lineup, along with Davida Strong, who lines up just outside her. You see her on the top left of your screen, representing Central Gauteng, Davida Strong. And Isabella Gunther just inside her. There is Strong. All the athletes just trying to stay warm in these cool conditions. And it looks like we are just about ready to go here in this women's 400-meter final. So the lineup from lanes 1 through to 8. Zante van der Merwe, Colleen Skeepers, Elke van der Westhuizen, Precious Molepo, Jade van Staden, Marley Fuljoen, Isabella Gunther and Davida Strong. A few young athletes in this field. We'll see if they're able to put up a fight. But I think all the pre-race favorites in the middle lanes, Precious Molepo in 4, Jade van Staden, an experienced athlete, goes in 5, and another experienced individual, Marley Fuljoen, lines lines up in lane 6. The race was scheduled to start about a minute ago. There seems to be a discussion between some of the technical officials on the side of the track. All the athletes just trying to stay warm, doing some run-throughs. There is Alke van der Westhuizen, turning out in the colours of the host province, Boland Athletics. Sante van der Merwe from Gauteng North lines up in lane 1. Another one of the youngsters in this lineup. Yada van Staden. I hear some people pronouncing her name Jada. I've always presumed it is Yada, so I should probably ask her. I hope I'm not pronouncing her name. There is Van Staden. She goes in lane 5 for Gauteng North. More experienced athletes in this lineup. Just outside her, number 208 is Marley Viljoen. She too will be gunning for that gold medal. Delay here. They're trying to sort out a technical issue. There were a few technical problems yesterday, which weren't helped by the conditions, but today's been a lot smoother. There is Thabo Molete, the voice of South African athletics, one of our stadium announcers, along with Altus Schroeder, doing a good job on Thabo and Altus, keeping the crowd on their toes, on their feet. Thabo Molete always seems to be in a good mood. He's just one of those people who raises the energy in any room he's in. I've commentated with him before. He's almost burst my eardrums. He's got a booming voice, and he does get excited, does Thabo. Showing us his dance moves. What do you think, Eugene, if you're rating him out of 10?
Well, he's up there. He arrived a little bit later today. Look at him. Look at him go. I think he was just recharging his batteries, wasn't he? And walked up these stairs. He didn't have a smile on his face. And then once he gets that mic in his hand, he just comes alive, that fella. It's always good. As you said, keeps everybody in tune. Just loves his build-up for every race here, especially now when it reached the final stages. You want me to give him a score out of 10? I'll give him a 9.5. It's difficult to get 10. Want to see? I saw Altus dance down there earlier.
Maybe they should have a dance-off. Let's get a competition going. We will forgive Thabo Molete because he did say that he arrived late because he was at the race walk this morning, which was held at a separate venue just down the road. So the athletes have been taken off the track, given an opportunity to perhaps put their tracksuits back on to stay warm. And we do have a delay here before the start of the women's 400-meter final. After this race, we move on to the men's contest, which could be one of the highlights of these championships. Some world-class athletes going in that men's race. I think Life Pile perhaps looked the best in the semi-finals and the heats. Looking very strong at the moment is Pile. South Africa's got some phenomenal 400-meter runners at the moment, as was shown at the World Championships last year, where they got that 4x400-meter bronze medal.
Just a word on this, Wes, because we saw it yesterday happening quite a lot, and the athletes are still putting in some good performances. This delay is not helping the athletes because they went on track, I saw, at 22 the hour of 3. The race was scheduled to start at 1:45, and then we've gone way past that, and it's a casing point where it's again getting your mental approach right as well as your physical, because you're going to have to keep warm, as you said, and yeah, it's just something that has been highlighted a lot over the last 2 days, especially in this. If you want to get some good performances from our athletes, we need to give them the best opportunity to do that. This is a casing point for me where we need to look at these little finer points, because we did have a break leading up to this, and it's just some of those things that just needs to be looked at if we want to really improve and put on a really good show for everybody to come and watch, especially from all our South African athletes that we do have, because there's plenty of them, young and also in the senior ranks. So this will be a testing time for them, for all those athletes down there, and I hope this delay is not going to allow the rain to come back at this stage, but it looks like they have been called to order, and looks like we might be set to go quite soon.
It does make it difficult for these athletes who time their warm-ups to finish just before the event starts. So, as you say, Eugene, these ladies just having to try and stay warm. They do step back out onto the track, and not just them, the men who are running next will also have time their warm-ups, and they will be waiting anxiously to also step out onto this track to compete for the national title. Whatever that technical issue was, it does seem to have been resolved. So the full lineup once more for the women's 400-meter final. Zante van der Merwe goes in lane 1. Her Gauteng North teammate Colleen Skeepers is in 2. Elke van der Westhuizen, representing the host province Boland, lines up in 3. Precious Molepo, perhaps our pre-race favorite, goes for Central Gauteng in lane 4. Yada van Staden drawn in 5. And 2 of her Gauteng North teammates just on her outside. In lane 6 is Marley Fuljoen. Isabella Gunter goes in 7. And on the outside, representing Central Gauteng, is Davida Strong. And we are finally underway in the women's 400-meter contest at these national championships. Good start by Yada van Staden in lane 5 for Gauteng North. Pretty even running in the early stages here. Nobody really making a move over the first half of this race. But it is the 4 athletes in the outside lanes at the moment Isabella Gunter going well in 7. She now makes up ground on Davide Strong on her outside. And the three of them lead into the top bend. Marley Fuljoen looking strong. As they enter the finishing straight, Marley Fuljoen holds the lead. Precious Molepo might be battling for the bronze medal. Marley Fuljoen holding off Yada van Staden and opens a gap down the finishing straight. Marley Fuljoen takes the national title, crossing the line in 51.74, and it's a victory for Athletics Gauteng North. Great run there by Marley Fuljoen. And the woman I thought would be the pre-race favorite, Precious Molepo, fading to 4th position. Perhaps still feeling that 200-meter final in her legs from a little bit earlier today. But we certainly won't take anything away from Marley Fuljoen. Cracking run from her. And it's a win, another win for Gauteng North, who have been the dominant province at these national championships. And they'll appreciate another gold medal for their team. Van Staden coming through for 2nd position in 52.74. The youngster running on the outside, Isabella Gunter, grabs the bronze medal in 53.19. And Molepo, who I thought had finished 4th, faded so badly there that she crosses the line in 7th position. Not the best run from her. But we'll give it to the medalists. Fuljoen in gold, Van Staden takes silver, and Isabella Gunter grabs bronze. Next event on the track will be the men's 400 meters. And following the delay before the start of the women's race, I assume the men will be stepping out soon, because they were expected to start a couple of minutes ago. So I'm sure they won't make them wait too long. So a few minutes, I'm sure, we'll be underway with that men's 400-meter contest.
Yeah, very good run there by Fuljoen. Did mention that as she came through there. But yeah, a lot of pressure on athletes if they do the 2 and 4, and even though there was a little bit of break, can take something out of you. We saw that from Molepo, finishing in 7th place. But again, Fuljoen, Van Staden and Gunter getting the medals there, 1st, 2nd and 3rd. 51.72 winning time in these conditions. There is your winner being interviewed, and she's got a lot of smiles showing as well, and excellently well from that lane number 6. But this gears us all for the 1-lap sprint for the men. And as always, this is eagerly competitive race. Always has been, not just in South Africa, but in world athletics. And a few men here that we're really going to have to look out for. This could be a very close run thing in this 400 meters for men. That's going to be coming up in the not too far distant future. Still very cold here. High jump still happening out there as well. And this athlete would have loved it to be a little bit warmer. And, the rain has stayed away for now, and we hope that it will stay away for the rest of this meet. Here's the results from the hammer, and it is Makete winning that one with a throw of 68.86 meters from Alan Cumming, 2nd, and then Evan Jacobs from Western Province finishing 3rd with a throw of 64.09 meters. But it's all about this 1-lap sprint here, and it is a sprint now. Gauteng North again represented here as the men get ready to get going. In lane 1 will be Sheze. He's from Gauteng North. Kukumur, that Wesley spoke about, he goes in lane number 2, Gauteng Central. Ocon, one to look at. Well, is.
The Giants man I know, but the
More, I think, there. Just different numbers here. There's Ocon, one to look out for in this race. He's going to go in lane number 3. And he came through those heats to get through to this final here. And outside him, man from Poland will be Skuman, that will be on his outside, wearing number 465. And he fancies himself here running in that all important lane 4. Outside him, Live Pillay, Central Gauteng, will be on his outside. And he's another one to look at. So we got to look at lanes 3, 4 and 5 here to see who might just become victors here in this one. Maponyana from Central Northwest will be outside. That is the man in lane 7, Mogabane from KZN. He will be in lane 7, and outside him, Mackenzie from Central Gauteng will be on his outside in lane number 8. This is your final of the senior 400 meters here at the senior track and field championships held here in Coetzenburg. Crowd in anticipation. What can these men conjure up? Can they light up the stadium? Who will become the 2026 champion? Will it be that man there, Skuman? Will it be in lane 3, Ocon? Will it be Live Pillay in lane number 5? Not much of a breeze to talk about here. Told to stand up, just some uneasiness there in the crowd maybe. He does have everybody filled with anticipation. Who will become the victor here? Just going through the lanes again. Shares in lane 1, Kukumur in 2, Ocon in 3, Skuman in 4, Pillay 5, Aponyana in 6, Magubane in 7, and Mackenzie in lane 8. Men's 400-meter final. There will be another delay here again. Again, these athletes just going off track yet again, just to do anything to stay warm, as the officials once again just making sure that all the equipment is ready and working. Again, this cannot be easy for all these athletes. Again, even their baskets comes out with all their jackets. They're going to try and keep warm. It's very important this to stay warm for this important race. That is the final, of course, and it doesn't help when the equipment suddenly doesn't seem to play with. Just like the moment, there's going to be a slight delay, but it looks like they have been sort of urged to get back into their lanes. Soon enough here. Just going through those lanes again. Shezi in 1, Kukamu in 2, Ocon will go in lane number 3, Skuman in 4, Pillay in 5, Mapunyana will go in lane number 6, Mogabane in 7, and Makezi will start all the way outside in lane number 8. The men's 400 meter final. Still there's issues, technical issues, and well, is it adding to the anticipation or is it adding to the frustrations? Athletes are smiling, few of them are, few of them not happy. Well, it is the most anticipated race here, and looks like the equipment are playing their part with that. It's not ideal. You've got to stay focused out there. You've got to put that behind you. Medals at stake. On their marks they go yet again. They are off. 8 men vying to become 400 meter champion, and it's a good start in the middle there from Pillay, and he's caught up with the man on his outside there, and he has certainly started very well over the first 200 meters to go, and it looks like it is that man there in the middle running exceptionally well. It is Pillay. It is the man on his outside, Mupan Yane. They head for home. Who will it be? Pillay stretching his legs. Will he be the champion? Looks like he will. He's taking Mupan with him. Excellent run, and finishing well in lane 3 was Ocon. 45.27 seconds. There is your champion, Live Pillay from Central Gauteng. It was a race that had all the anticipation, and that fella, he should be happy. He is your 400 meter champion. On his outside, Bradley Mopanyana ran an exceptional race, finishing in 2nd, and Ocon looks like he came through in 3rd. But there he is, your 400 meter champion for 2026. Live Pillay. is enjoying the moment, and rightly he should. Pillay finishing in 45.22 seconds. Mopanyane in second place with 45.77. And Ocon coming through in third. Those are your medalists. Kukamur in fourth. Jersey coming through in fifth place, 47 dead, as well as Skuman Okubane, 47.11 is seventh, and Mackenzie 47.33. But your winner, Live Pillay from Central Gauteng, winning this 400 meters for men. Don't go too far, more athletics to follow as we head to the 1500 meter finals for both the women and the men.
To hand over to the 6 boys in the verses. The one and only man that has spoken to you what I'm doing here today. Off the streeter, going to take you through some wonderful 1005. We are locked in the excitement. International championship. Take it away,
Well, we move over to the women's 1500 meters, and this is the final. And who's going to come out on top here? Plenty of athletes in this one to watch for. We'll go through the list of the athletes taking part. Jade Miller, Holland, Alri, Fast, Verster, Vitsa, Suaki, Verster from Central Northwest, Jessica Berry, Ankas Stander, Kylas Jacobs, Andrea Steinberg, Pruden Sekudise. She ran quite nicely early on, winning that 800 meters. She goes in this one looking for the 800 and 1500 double. She's going to have her work cut out though. And then also completing the lineup will be Karabo More. And one feels it could be between those two athletes here. Can Prudence add the 1500 to her 800 title? And these conditions might benefit these middle distance athletes more. Well, and away they go. And who's going to take it up the front? And there's a early leader there, and this might be more of a tactical race as they head down, finishing their first 100 meters. And it looks like it's Kayla Jacobs is running on the shoulder there. And, they might just find it a little bit easier running up front there. Coming down the home straight as Prudence trying to get into a position. Still a nice steady pace held by all these girls as they keep in the bunch together. 3 laps to go. Just jostling for position at the minute, just to try and get into a good position. Daniela Verster coming around the outside as well, wanting to get into a good position. But just maintaining a good steady pace there. Prudence there in 4th position. You can see her just biding her time. She did run the 800 early on, so we know she's got good 800 meter pace as well. They are still jostling there. Verster still trying to come around. She's now running on the shoulder of Prudence Secondise. And it is Andrea Steinberg from Central Northwest leading the pack out there. Just leading from Kayla Jacobs. And when they come around again, it will be 2 laps to go. 800 meters to go. Steinberg, Jacobs. Anybody can still win this. Prudence still tucked away in 4th place. Verster in 6th. Who's going to take it on here? Still the lead out front, Andrea Steinberg. And now it's the Western Province athletes that's decided maybe the pace is a little bit too slow, need to pick it up, as Kayla Jacobs now goes into the lead, and she's taking athletes with her as well. Prudence also sitting there on her shoulder. This is going to wind up for a very interesting last 600 meters. When will Prudence decide to go, or will Jacobs say, no, I'll dictate the pace? Karabo More also there in the mix, running just behind Prudence Secondise. 450 meters to go. As Verster now also goes to the front as she's taken Prudence with her. 400 meters to go in this women's 1500 meters. Prudence Secondise, Karabo More. Who will it be? Daniela Verster also in the mix. Any one of 6 women still in here for the medals as Prudence makes another kick. And now it's those two, Prudence Secondise, Karabo More. The 2 of them have broken away from the rest. 200 meters to go. Secondise, More. And More is coming around the outside, and she's taken the lead, heading into the home straight. It is going to be Karabo More. Has Prudence Secondise have anything left? No, she hasn't. It's going to be Karabo More winning this one at a canter. She is your 1500 meter champion for women. Prudence Secondise finishes in 2nd. And it is Daniela Verster coming through in 3rd place. 4 minutes 11.56 is your winning time for Karabo More from Gauteng North. Brilliant run, well timed by Karabe. Prudence decided to take it up front as well. She will be happy with the second place after taking gold in the 800, but gold in the 1500. Go to number 176 there. Karabe More from Gauteng North winning this one. It was an exciting race, and the crowd definitely got behind all those athletes. But those two, as you can see in the times, will depart from the rest. Karabe More winning in 4 minutes 11.54 seconds from Prudent Secondise. Well, the men have something to live up for. Another exciting race waiting for us. That's coming to you in about 9 minutes or so time for the men's 1500 meters.
Especially for the 5,000 meter athletes, the new rule is that they are not allowed to run with a smart watch. They can have a normal stopwatch, but as long as it's possible to have communication with a coach or somebody, it is currently a problem. So athletes who plan to run with a stopwatch in the 5,000, get a normal stopwatch. All the other athletes in the previous races have to have their smart watches removed.
Here we go again. It's the turn of the men for the 1,500 final. Well, the women gave us a show, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see an even bigger show here because, wow, the build-up was incredible.
Well, it's a turn of the men now for the 1,500 final. And this will be another eagerly anticipated race here. Who is going to walk away with that all-important gold medal? Who will be crowned the champion of 2026 here at the National Championships held here in Coetzenburg? And there's quite a few men that will be lining up here. We'll go through it. Tinus Erasmus from Central Northwest. John, he's also here representing Gauteng North. Kobe from Val Triangle. Malungane, Gauteng North. Morepe, KZN. Larumo, Central Gauteng, as well as Defoe, Corneille Defoe from Central Gauteng will also be in this one. Choba, Gauteng North. Domingo, Northwest. Tlong, Free State. Tsepo Tsite, KZN, got to keep your eye on him as well. And then Luan Munich, Central Northwest, all going in this one. And this will be an eagerly anticipated race as well. The final of the men's 1,500 meters. It's gonna be a tactical race. You can rest assured on that. Northwest have 3 represented in this race. Gauteng North also represented twice, 2 athletes. Central Gauteng also represented by 2 athletes. Free State have 1. KwaZulu-Natal have 1. 12 men. Well, and they are away. And the first jostle will just be who will take this up in the lead there. So we'll wait and see when they come round. Look like the athlete from Northwest looking to take things up there. It could be Tinus Erasmus out there in front. In fact, it is Luan Munich that's in the front there. Hot on his shoulders there is Tsepo Ntite, just running shoulder to shoulder there with Luan Munich. And this will be very tactical. Some of them running 4 abreast there as they finish the first 300 meters. And around they go again. Munich still taking the lead with your man there, Chite. Still running on shoulder to shoulder. Lovely, easily paced this for these men. So you can see how they all bunch together. And when will the onslaught come? Men at the back there still just watching each other as Munich still taking them round. Nobody really pushing it at this stage. Number 218 there, Choba. He's also just running nice and easy there, and as well as the man there, Abram, number 245, running with some ease on the outside and just biding their time as Munich comes around. And this time round there'll be 800 meters to go. Crowd getting involved now as well as they come round. Munich still from Tsepo, again, some jostling at the back there. And this is the time when these athletes want to get into prime position. When they get round to the bell, when they come past the finish line, yet again, Munich still leading from Tepo. And Choba now also making his move into the top. The pace has increased. Munich, as they go past the 200-meter mark, trying to lengthen his strides a little bit. Tepo Tike running quite comfortably. You can see him there in second place, running with some ease. But now they look like they're really jostling for position. Chobe, as the pace is increased, the bell is rung, 400 meters to go. Munich has done all the hard work in this 1500 meters so far. Can he keep going? He's pulling Tepo and Tike with him. Choba still there as well, and now you can see the pace really increase. Tike now decided, listen, it's time to see if I can just stretch out these boys, and that's what he's done. Munich trying to stay on his shoulder. Chobe now working a little bit harder. 200 meters to go in this 1500 meter race for men. And TK, he is now really putting the foot down. Munich trying to stay with him. They enter the final straight, but nobody's going to catch him. Tepo and TK running away with this one in the 1500 meters, sprinting away from Munich. Who's going to take third position? It's going to be McClung that takes third, but what a well-structured race run there by none other than Tepo and Tite, winning this one 3 minutes 42.41 seconds. And Luan Munich, for all his hard work, all his endeavors, picks up silver medal. He did all the hard work, running hard in front for most of that race. But the man sitting on his shoulder, Tepo and Tite from KZN, picking up the gold medal. And that was a brilliantly tactical race run. McClung, he came through in third place. Getting congratulations. There are your medalists there. Tepo and Tite, Luan Munich, as well as McClung. There's the time as well for those that finished, and it was a really exciting race by all those men. Well done to all of them. As you get ready for the next race, it will be the 5,000 meters for men, and that's coming up in about 10 minutes time. But there are the placings for the 1500 meters that we've seen. Tite winning at one by 3 minutes 42 seconds from Munich and McClung. So we'll take a short break, and then when you come back, it will be that 5,000 meters for men final.
5,000 meters. The final individual event, the final individual accolade. From here, it will be all about the pudding. It will be all about the relays, the teamwork that will bring the curtains down of this auspicious occasion, the National Championship 2026, track and field and combined championships in Stellenbosch from the heart of Coetzenburg. This is the final of the main 5,000 meters. After the 5,000 meters relays, after the leads, the Decathlon 1005. From the Decathlon 1005, it will be the 4x4s.
Anil, do you need anything else?
This is one of the most anticipated 5,000.
Do you need anything else?
Gabriel Oti came in last year in position number 3, the bronze medalist. The gold medalist, the 10 South African 2-kilometer record holder, is a 5,000 foot holder. This is going to be an incredible lineup. Maxi Schlomatar. The fastest South African time ever produced. Adrian Volkswagen, time of 12:55. This is at sea level. Is at 12 even possible? Is 13 going to be possible? We've seen the likes of Ryan Delay running incredible times. The likes of CMC Podamine, the fastest ever 200 meter, ran at coastal level. The world lead is held by Australia's Cameron Myers, a time of 13:11. Is that perhaps on the card? Could Schlomatar be one of the fastest? He played with Adrian Coetzenburg last year to take this goal, and he has to defend it. He will not have it all his way, unless if he goes like Tyler coming on. From the gun, untouchable. Yeah, it's not enough. We have Sergio, former South African 3,000 meter champion. Jay Mortal, former South African record holder of the 3,000 meters. Your members not lead. Tino Napo, Prince Maduri, Melvin Mashishi, junior champion of 5 and 3. This is against the seniors. Chris Krama. This field absolutely packed with the green. This Krama. It's going to be absolutely fantastic to watch. Sineliwe, Nongagala, Spusiso, Nisi.
Next event on the track, the men's 5,000 meter final. We have a massive field of 34 athletes lining up here, and the man on screen in the red, black and yellow of Central Gauteng will line up as the firm favorite. The defending champion Maxime Chaumaton, last year competing against national record holder Adrian Wildschut. Stunned Wildschut to take a convincing victory, and since then Chaumaton has done some amazing things, lowering the national record over 5 kilometers, going under 27 minutes over 10 kilometers on the road. And without Wildschut here at these national championships this week, I'm not sure anybody in this field is going to put up a fight if he's at his best. But it is a big field, and we do have some quality athletes in the lineup, so let's see if anybody can give Maxime Chaumaton a go here. Other athletes to watch in this field, the likes of Jerry Mutsao from Central Northwest, a former national record holder over 3,000 meters, and a former 1,500 meter specialist. We'll also look out for the likes of Musa Wenkosi Mnisi, as well as Sibusiso Msibi, and the youngster Zenzile Peko. And of course, the man who won the 10,000 meter title 2 days ago, perhaps better known for his performances on the road, a very consistent athlete, and maybe the one man in this field who can put up a fight against Maxime Chaumaton. Keep an eye out for Kabelo Molautsi, representing Central Gauteng. It's been an awesome day of athletics here at these national championships. This is, of course, the third and final day of action. The recent 1,500 meter races which we just watched were very, very good tactical affairs. Karabo More had run a 4:05 coming into the women's race, but because of her pedigree, I think Prudence Sekodiso was still considered the favorite, and Karabo More putting in an incredible surge in the closing stages after sticking with every move that Sekodiso made and coming through nicely to take the gold medal. And then in the men's race, Luan Munich, having also shown great form this season, really gave it a go, tried to push the pace in the second half, but that finishing speed of the national record holder Tsepo Tite, a former 800 meter specialist, just too quick for Munich, who ultimately settled for the silver medal. After the race, Tsepo Tite saying that his focus is not on the 1,500 this year. He wants to step up in distance. Has already run some quick times over 3,000 meters and even 10 kilometers on the road. And it'll be very exciting to see what Tsepo Tite is capable of doing over 5,000 meters on the international circuit this season. Of Of course, not in this 5,000 meter race now because he just ran the 1,500. But this should still be a good one. Maxime Chaumaton, the firm favorite, on the right of your screen, wearing number 538. Really good conditions for distance running in Stellenbosch at the moment. It's quite cool out there. Slight breeze blowing through the stadium. I'm not sure we'll see a very quick time though, because I think Maxime Chaumaton is certainly capable of running something around 13 minutes, perhaps even under that, but he might need some assistance to run a time like that, and maybe Chaumaton will just be looking for a tactical race and will just do what he needs to win gold. Or maybe, like we saw from Taylor Kavanagh in the women's 5,000 meters 2 days ago, he puts the hammer down and tries to pick up a quick time here. Kavanagh becoming the third South African woman to run under 15 minutes when she won gold over 5,000 meters in 14:58. She went on to win the 10,000 meter title earlier today, securing that national double. Kabelo Molatsi in this 5,000 meter field won the 10,000 2 days ago, and he will hope to secure a double as well. The problem for Molatsi is that he's got Maxime Chaumaton to deal with. So because it's such a large field of 34 athletes, they've been split into two groups. One group will start on the inside, just to the right of your screen. The group that you see now will start on the outside of the track, and they'll run on the outside for 100 meters, and then they'll cut inside and they will run together for the rest of the way. 12.5 laps of the track ahead of us. Jerry Mutsau pushing the pace there in the early stages. Former national record holder over 3,000 meters, a very capable athlete over 1,500, and he's shown his ability over the 5,000 meters in recent years as well. And Mutsau already opening a bit of a gap. I think perhaps just trying to stay out of trouble. When you've got a big field like this, you don't want to get caught at the back or in the middle, because there can be a bit of pushing and bumping in the middle of a big pack like this, and if you get stuck at the back, you've got a lot of work to do to work your way around the outside in order to react to any moves that are made out front. So Jerry Mutsau just making sure that he does stay out of trouble. Our pre-race favorite, Maxime Chaumaton, happy to sit in the middle of the group. So a firm indication there that we're not going to see Chaumaton going for a quick time today, which is unsurprising. And he'll be relying on his tactical prowess to try and outclass this field. Still the favorite is Chaumaton, and I'm sure he'll make his way to the front of that group at some stage. But at the moment, it is Jerry Mutsau, Matwebe Nkonde Matwebu from KZN, just sitting on his shoulder in the black and white kit. And here comes Maxime Chaumaton, puts in a bit of a surge, and now finds himself at the front of the race. The kind of form he's in, he is going to be difficult to beat, and I think Maxime Chaumaton just deciding this pace isn't quick enough, and now takes control. Jerry Mutsau still sitting in second position, leads what is quickly going to become a chase group, I think. And I think perhaps Chaumaton, concerned with the fact that there are some athletes in this field who have got some very quick finishing kicks, including the man behind him, Jerry Mutsau. And I'm sure he certainly doesn't want it to come down to a sprint finish. If he sets a steady pace through this race, he'll be able to burn the kicks off the men behind him. So he does need to keep the pace reasonably honest. Chaumaton looking very, very relaxed. as they go through the second lap of this 12.5 lap race. The field's starting to stretch out now behind Shomaton. Jerry Mutsau just making sure that he stays in touch, doesn't let him get away. National 10,000 meter champion Kabelo Molautsi currently in 4th position. Very well placed is Molautsi. Shomaton almost looks like he's going for a morning jog, as if he's playing with the athletes behind him. Went through the first kilometer. Oh, sorry, I missed that split. I was about to tell you what that split was, but I completely forgot. My apologies. I'll grab that second 1,000 meter split for you. Shomaton just looking around. Most of the athletes in this field still able to stick with the pace being set by Maxime Shomaton. But one by one, starting to drop off the back of the group. And a few of the athletes struggling now. Mutsau still well placed in 2nd position. Shomaton in full control, even though he does have a lot of athletes hanging off the back of him. Just tucks in alongside Jerry Mutsau, sitting behind Shomaton, who glances to the sky, keeps looking around, almost as if he's bored. And some movement now towards the front of the field. I don't think Shomaton will be too concerned about that, but he will need to react in some way to ensure that gap doesn't get big. And they're working in the closing stages to try and shut down the leader. That's Brucelyn Damons from Western Province in the blue and white out front. And a big surge by Damons. Shomaton not really reacting to it, still glancing around. And I think Brucelyn Damons deciding he wants to try and give Maxime Shomaton a surprise here. Almost came out of nowhere there, surged straight to the front. And I'm not sure the rest of the field knows how to react, because they haven't gone with him, but they're certainly not trying to let him go. So nobody getting too much of a fright there by that move from Damons. Maxime Shomaton smiling, I think sharing a laugh with some of the people on the side of the track. Shomaton just sitting a few meters off the back of Brucelyn Damons. And I think a smart move by him there, not to react too quickly to that, and just slowly reels him back in. Glances at Brucelyn Damons as he runs past. Maxime Shomaton can be a cheeky athlete. And Damon says, if you want to come with me, let's go. Jerry Mutsau now a few meters behind. Shomaton and Damons running side by side. I think Maxime Shomaton just trying to put some pressure on Brucelyn Damons. Athletes glancing at each other. Shomaton with another cheeky surge. And this time Jerry Mutsau goes with him. Brucelyn Damons slips back to 3rd. And can he react now after putting in that surge a little earlier? And Brucelyn Damons, surprisingly, now slips off the pace. And this is becoming a very interesting 5,000 meter race. Maxime Shomaton looking back there just to see who it is that's gone with him. And it is Jerry Mutsau from Central Northwest. And Shomaton keeps glancing back. Mutsau also had a look back there just to see if the gap was forming. And now it's Tapelo Ramakwase from Gauteng North. Tucks onto the shoulder of Maxime. There's been so much, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of that. 3 athletes out front now. They went through 3,000 meters in about 8 minutes 12, 8:13. So a pretty decent pace, but certainly something that's within the reach of all 3 of these men. And it has very much been a tactical battle so far. Shomaton been in control, but we did see that surge from Brucelyn Damons and Jerry Mutsao, who led over the first few laps, has been clinging to the back, just making sure he sticks with Shomaton. Impressive effort here from Tapelo Ramakwase from Gauteng North, the only athlete now able to go with these 2. And Shomaton asking the crowd for some support. Picking up a pace a little bit down that finishing straight as they start to lap some of the back markers. And perhaps Tapelo Ramakwase starting to feel that fatigue now. He loses a few meters on Jerry Mutsao just ahead of him. And Shomaton, I think, saying something to Mutsao. If you want to come, let's go. And I'm not sure that's encouragement. I think that's banter from Maxime Shomaton. He knows that everybody in this field is afraid of him. He's run some incredible times over 5 and 10 Ks in the last couple of years. But Jerry Mutsao is not a man to play with. A very capable athlete over this 5,000 meter distance. A former national record holder over 3,000 meters. And I think Shomaton saying to him, let's share the lead for a bit. Shomaton back in front. Jerry Mutsao still sticking on to the back of him. Shomaton puts in another surge. Mutsao not reacting immediately. And again he says to him, where are you, Jerry? Come with. If you want to race, let's race. Just toying with his opponent here is Maxime Shomaton. Pulls off the track. I have never seen anything like it. Maxime Shomaton has pulled out of the men's 5,000 meter final after playing games with his opponents for the first few kilometers of that race. I don't know what is happening here in Stellenbosch. And so much movement throughout this race. Here comes Musa Wenkosi Mnisi, hits the front for the first time, and still Jerry Mutsao lies in second position. We are going to have to hear from Maxime Shomaton to find out what that was, because I don't think there's anything wrong with him. I certainly don't think he's injured. Didn't seem ill. Seemed very comfortable at the front of the group, just playing with the other athletes. And then for some reason, a few Ks into the race, just pulls off to the side of the track and decides, let me give this national title to somebody else. And now it is Mnisi from Gauteng North. One of the form athletes in South Africa over the last year or so is Musa Wenkosi Mnisi. Jerry Mutsao, the experienced man in the field, still hanging on there in second position. And they will hit the bell just outside 12.5 minutes. It's Musa Wenkosi Mnisi against Jerry Mutsao. Less than 400 meters left, and if it comes down to a sprint, you might fancy the chances of Jerry Mutsao, a former 1500 meter specialist. But Musa Wenkosi Mnisi is pushing the pace hard down the back straight, trying to shake off the man behind him. It's Gauteng North against Central Northwest, and here comes Jerry Mutsao. Mutsao will fancy his chances in a sprint finish. Musa Wenkosi Mnisi doing everything he can to hang on here. But Mutsao surges around the top bend as they reel in the back markers in this 5,000 meter race. Musa Wenkosi Mnisi digging deep, but Jerry Mutsao has a smile on his face, and I think Jerry Mutsao might be crowned national champion here. Mnisi digging as hard as he can to hold on to his shoulder, but he can't get past, and Jerry Mutsao holds on for victory in 13:36.13. One of the most interesting 5,000 meter races I've ever watched. After leading for so long, Maxime Chaumaton toying with his opponents and then just stepping off the track with a kilometer to go. Musa Wenkosi Mnisi putting in a surge to close that gap, moved straight past Mutsao and did what he could to try and break him. But the experienced former 1500 meter specialist Mutsao from Central Northwest managing to hold on in that sprint finish. Great run there from Jerry Mutsao. He's been on the circuit for a long time, has Jerry. One of the most likable athletes in South Africa, and picking up a well-deserved victory there. Gauteng North comes through to take the silver medal. And we will have another break in the program now. We'll give everybody a chance to catch their breaths before we return for the relay finals on this third and final day of the National Senior Athletics Championships. We'll have the women's and the men's 4x100 meter relays. We will then have the final event in the men's decathlon, the 1500 meters, which will be followed by the junior men's decathlon 1500, and we close out the competition at these national championships first with the women's 4x400 meter relay, followed by the men. So the next event on the track will be the women's 4x100, which is scheduled to go at 4:30. So we'll take a break from commentary for about 20 minutes or so, and we'll be back with you soon.
at 5:30, and it's due to report at 5 o'clock, half an hour before the medal ceremony, please. Never mind. Oh, there's something. You're right. That's our sponsor and also the organizer. That is serious.
Well, the next event on the track always brings some excitement as well to everybody. It will be the 4x100 meter relay, and we start with the women, and there'll be 2 finals. And unfortunately, Gauteng North C team will not be taking their place in this race. So it will just be Boland B in lane number 5, and they will be up against Gauteng North B, and they're in lane 6. And it's all about the times as well, if there are 2 finals. And some might have thought that they might have put the 2 finals together, seeing that they've got enough lanes now for that to happen. However, we are where we are. And it's all about how quickly you can get that baton around the 1 lap, and it's also important about getting a clean and successful changeover as well. And I think there'll be a few teams and coaches looking in earnest at these events here, this 4x100 meter relays, always filled with heaps of anticipation as well. The men will follow suit after the women. They also have 2 finals set out as well. And then after that, we will see the 1500 meters in the decathlon after those. But for now, it is Boland versus Gauteng North B. And it's 4x100 meter relay for women. Looks like all the glitches at the start dispersal has come and gone as this race gets underway, and it's Gauteng North B on the outside. Good changeover. They hand the baton over first. Still looks very even between those 2 teams as they go down the back straight. Boland in hot pursuit of Gauteng North B. Successful changeover yet again from Gauteng North B as they come around the final bend. Gauteng North will have a slight lead going into the home straight, and then the pattern change is not a good one from Boland. That will not be successful, but it is the team from Gauteng North B that will win this one in 46.97 seconds. And unfortunately for Boland, that last exchange not going according to plan for them, but winning this one quite comfortably was Gauteng North B. As we get ready for the second final, this is where we'll see the A side of all the teams still having their relays. We'll start in lane number 3. Will be KwaZulu-Natal will be in lane number 3. Gauteng North A will go in lane number 4. Central Gauteng lane 5. Boland A will go in lane number 6. Central Northwest will fill lane number 7, and on the outside, Western Province. And bringing you that 4x100 meters, I'll hand you over to Wes.
So the time to beat 46.86 from that first race. The results will be collated, and whichever team is quickest will take home the gold medal. That was the AGN B team in race 1, so you would think that their A team should be able to go a little bit quicker. These relay races are always so interesting, especially over the 4x100, because it's not just about speed and depth, it's also about practicing those changeovers and getting them right. You can lose so much ground if you're not smooth enough passing the baton. KwaZulu-Natal lining up in lane 3. On the outside in 7, that's Central Northwest. The athletes running the first leg, just sorting out their starting blocks. Giselle Macheman. There's the Western Province team in lane 8. Giselle Macheman on the right of the screen, running for KZN. Formerly a 400 hurdle specialist. We saw her in the 100-meter hurdles at these championships, and now running in the 4x1 relay. Perhaps just working on her speed in the early stages of the season, or perhaps Giselle Macheman deciding to give these shorter distances a go, and we'll see if it becomes more of a long-term thing. 6 teams in this race. And we're off in the second women's 4x100 meter final. Good start by Western Province on the outside. Also running well are Boland in lane 6. Good changeovers by both those teams. Western Province still lead, approaching the top bend. Boland coming through nicely as well. And on the inside, it's Gauteng North in lane 4. Gauteng North will have the advantage of the inside lane as the stagger unwinds. And Gauteng North lead into the finishing straight despite struggling a little bit with that final changeover. And here comes Central Gauteng on the outside. It's the two Gauteng teams to the line, and Central Gauteng will take the victory. 46.3 their winning time, so about half and quicker than we saw from the AGN B team. And Kayla Lachransi, the national 200 meter champion, takes the Central Gauteng team home, and they will go home with the gold medal. Great finish there by Central Gauteng. I think Gauteng North had a slight advantage at the top of the finishing straight. Weren't quite as smooth as CGA with that last changeover. And after fumbling the handover just a little bit, lost enough ground to open the door for Kayla Lachransi. And it's victory in the women's 4x100 meters for Central Gauteng. It's a big win for them. Gauteng North have been the dominant team at these championships, and CGA showing both their quality and their depth in that women's 4x100 meter race. And it's been a good championship by the youngster from CGA, Oluchi Ndobweze. Forms part of that gold medal winning team after taking a bronze medal in the long jump earlier today. Ndobweze, the national youth record holder in the long jump, still an under 18 athlete, and picking up 2 medals on the final day of these national senior championships. But was of course their anchor athlete Kayla Lachransi who carried them over the line. There is the team from Western Province. That's it for the women's 4x1 relay. We'll have 2 races among the men. 3 teams go in the first race, and we'll have 6 teams in the second. A result from the men's 5,000 meter race, which was a very interesting event, to say the least. Young Zenzile Peko coming through for the bronze medal in the colors of CGA. Good fight there from Musa Wenkosi Mnisi, representing Gauteng North, takes second place. Less than half a second behind the eventual winner, Jerry Motsao, pushing hard in the closing stages after working throughout that race. The Central Northwest athlete secures the gold medal. That race, of course, led by Maxime Chomaton for about 4 kilometers before Chomaton, rather surprisingly, stepped off the track, opting not to finish the race. And it was Jerry Motsao who came through. The next event on the track, the men's 4x1 relay, expected to get going in the next couple of minutes, but we are still waiting for the athletes to step out onto the track, so might have a short break, but we'll bring you back to the action in a few minutes or so.
Well, we're getting ready for the first of 2 finals in the men's 4x100 meter relay. And Nuvo, the man that jumped so brilliantly last night or yesterday, he will be taking part in this for Boland B, who goes in lane 6. 3 teams in this. The other 2 will be Free State B and Gauteng North B. And Gauteng North very, very strong at these championships. They just keep churning out good performances. So it's going to be Free State B in lane 4, Gauteng North in lane 5, and Boland will go in lane number 6. And at the anchor, man, more known for his long jumping, Nuvo. He will be going at the anchor leg here for Boland B. And it's all about the times that these teams can put together to see where they are, seeing that there are 2 finals. As the rain has returned here to Coetzenburg, it's been quite nice for a brief while. We had a very, very big downpour midway through the day, and then it cleared up, and it looks like we will have a little bit of rain here. There are the results from the women's 4x100 meters, and it's Central Gauteng A that win the gold medal in 46.28. That was a good performance by them. They got the baton round quite speedily as well as successfully, which always matters. So we're almost set to go here in this, the first of two finals for the men 4x100 meters. There are those results again. Central Gauteng A winning that in 46.28. Second, Gauteng North A 46.48, and then KwaZulu-Natal coming in that bronze medal position, 46.66. Those are your medalists in the 4x100 meter for women. Looks like it's just two. Gauteng North not participating in this one. And again, the question will be asked, why not put them together? But anyway, it is what it is. So we have Boland versus Free State. And off they go. And this will be a little bit more difficult or tricky to see who has got the best. We'll see who gets the first changeover. It looks like Boland just got the baton over first, and they look like they're stretching that lead down the back straight. Yeah, they do have the lead. That changeover didn't go as smoothly as they wanted to, but still, Boland in the lead, and here comes Lovo. And this is going to be a dash for the line. Can the man from Free State get him? Luvo going to take this for Boland B. It's going to be Boland B in 42.60 over Free State. Well, that man, he's just rounded off a very good championship for himself. Getting back to a better form, Luvo, as he anchors Boland home. In 42.60, looks like it has been rounded down to 46.59. So that final between those two teams, won by Boland, and it's been further rounded down to 42.58 in fact. Free State 43.42. That's what they achieved as we head into the second final, and this is where all the A teams will be in this final of the men's 4x100 meters. Gauteng North A, Western Province, Boland, Central Gauteng, Central Northwest, Free State A, all going in this final here. It'll be interesting to see what sort of time these men can set out. Overall African record of 37.57, that was achieved in August of 2024. Those are the teams that will be taking part in this 4x100 meters. The world lead at the minute, 38.34, set by Australia in March of 26. How close can any of these teams maybe get to that? We'll wait and see. Relays have become such an integral part now. We've seen a lot of the World Championships taking place, relay championships taking place. We've also seen the mixed relay as well. We've seen that yesterday. We're yet to see the 4x400. That will always end proceedings there at the championships and always gets the crowd going. as they wait anticipation. I did see the likes of Prudence going down. She might be taking part in that 4x400 meters for women later on. Now, who will come out tops here? Which team will come out tops in this relay?
So the 6 teams scheduled to go here are the Gauteng North A team in lane 3, Western Province in 4, Boland go in lane 5, Central Gauteng in 6, Central Northwest line up in 7, and Free State are drawn in lane 8. It's been an awesome national championship here at Coetzenburg Stadium in Stellenbosch. We've seen some really special performances over the last few days. The relay races, very important for the various provincial teams, not only to showcase their depth, but to pick up some last few medals in an attempt to climb that overall table, which was led at the close of day 2 yesterday by Gauteng North. So 4 athletes in each team, 1 lap of the track. It looks like we're missing the squad from Western Province, who were scheduled to go in lane 4. So we'll just have 5 teams in this race. You would think there were 2 teams in the first race and 5 in the second. They might just run them together, but perhaps the withdrawals were too late for them to shift things around. We are underway in the men's 4x100 meter relay. Great start on the outside by Free State. Central Gauteng going well in lane 6. And Central Gauteng pushing hard down the back straight. Northwest on their outside trying to hold on. And still going well is Free State out in lane 8. And here comes the Boland team in lane 5. It's going to be Central Gauteng into the finishing straight, being pushed hard by Boland on the inside. And Central Gauteng now tearing clear. 40.59. The winning time there for the Central Gauteng team. Free State ran well. And Boland looked to be going well around the top bend. But Central Gauteng just too strong in the end. And after winning the women's 4x1 relay, they make it a double gold for Central Gauteng in the 1-lap relay. We now take a short break from the relays for the senior and junior men's 1500 meter decathlon races. It'll be the last events in both those decathlon competitions, consisting of 10 disciplines over 2 days. And after that we move on to the women's and the men's 4x400 meter relays. And the decathlon athletes are already out on the track. And they were scheduled to start about a minute ago. So I don't think we'll wait too long before the senior men's 1500 meters in that decathlon competition, as we look at the results there of that 4x1 men's relay, won by Central Gauteng, Boland taking second position, Gauteng North coming through for third.
Yeah, this is always an event where all these decathlon athletes will just get together at the end, and 2 days of hard work has combined and culminated in this, the 10th and final event for these men. There's 10 of them, going according to the list that we have. Jamie Field, Western Province, Joel Duncan, Ronaldo McKenzie from Western Province, Morne van As, who ran quite well in the hurdles earlier today, Dima van der Linde, Zane van Staden, Simon Boyson, John Hunter LaRue, Marcel De Jager, and Klejo Matseko also going in this one. And these men still showing some smiles out there. It's been, as I said, 2 days of doing 10 events. It's quite tough. And it's only the 1,500 meters still left. The under 20s will also go in the same race by the looks of it. And they will have Khalil Wingrove, Dirk Coetzee and Morne Moelman will all go in the 1,500 meters. So nearly at the end of this championships. Despite the weather, despite the conditions, these athletes have put in some really good performances here in Coetzenburg. And it's great to see these championships back here at Coetzenburg. And hopefully we'll see some more athletics of high standard here in this region. So all the men, including the under 20s, will go in this one. Final event in the decathlon, the 1,500 meters. Looks like all the field events are also done and everybody making their way up to sit in the stands as well. They're ready to go. And they're off in the final event in the decathlon, the 1,500 meters. And this is always a test on the body, test of strength, to see how you can get through this remaining 1,500 meters. In fact, taking it up in front is Wingrove, the under 20 competitor, taking it up in front in this 1,500 meters. As I said, the under 20s and the senior men running in the same race. And it's Wingrove out in front. Running there in second place is Morne van As. He's had a really good campaign, followed by the two Western Province men, Jamie Field and Ronaldo McKenzie. But still, it's Wingrove right out in front. It's all about the time and the amount of points you get allocated towards that time, and Wingrove is actually running away with it at the minute. Still Morne van As in second place. Jamie Field and Ronaldo McKenzie still sticking as close to him. Morne van As probably the leader of the pack in terms of the points in the decathlon. And he could be looking set to becoming the decathlon champion for 2026 as Wingrove really upping his pace here. running exceptionally well. Morne van As still there in second. In fact, Jamie Field and Ronaldo McKenzie in hot pursuit there as well. They're sticking as close to McKenzie as they can. Out front, it's Wingrove having the time of his life out there. Still 2 laps to go for these men. And then the rest of them still coming on. But Wingrove in the under 20 section of the decathlon really streaking away from the rest of the group. He will have 600 meters left. There's Morne van As still keeping the rest of his senior men behind him. McKenzie and Field still behind them, but there is Wingrove. He slowed down the pace a little bit. He's got 500 meters to go. As he comes down the home straight here, he'll hear the bell, looking for the crowd to urge him on here. There is the bell, looking for the crowd, asking them to give him a little bit of boost as he enters the last 400 meters. Behind him, it's still Morne van As. McKenzie behind him. Jamie Field sitting behind him as well. But there is the Western Province athlete, Wingrove. Still making his way around. 250 meters to go for him. The rest of the decathletes still making their way around. They want to finish strong. 200 meters for Wingrove. He'll probably just save his last little energy as he's building it up now as he enters the home straight. Still looks very comfortable. Khalil Wingrove. He will win this 1500 for the under 20s. It's all about his time. 4 minutes 21.47 for Khalil Wingrove. But behind him, Morne van As is still in the lead, but he is now being hounded by another man running on his outside, looking to be cheered on as well. Making his way through, Joel Duncan. And Joel Duncan will finish ahead of Morne van As. Jamie Field will follow van As, and then Ronaldo McKenzie follows Field. But that was excellent running, and all these men deserve all the applause that they're getting here. It's been 2 days of hard work for these decathletes. 10 events for all these men, and they have always participated, and the camaraderie between them has been awesome as well over the 2 days. Still a couple of athletes still looking to cross the line. There's some really good performances in this 1500 meters at the end, as I said, of 2 days of hard work for these men. Raspberry energy is being used. Well, some of them still have some energies left by the looks of it. Matsikane still dancing away, always a smile on his face. And John Hunter LaRue crossing the line now. There he is, and being urged on by all his competitors as well. Well done to all those men in the decathlon. You deserve all the applause you're getting. And we'll soon find out who will get that gold medal in the decathlon. Well, the next event will be the women's 4x400, but they are the men. Let's give them kudos, the kudos they need. 10 events, 2 days, all the hard work, all the sweat, tears, the dedication to training. Well, they all deserve medals out there, but there can only be one gold winner, and that will be announced later on. But well done to all of them as they take the applause from this crowd here at Coetzenburg that has built up quite nicely. And well done to all of them, still smiling. Well, we only got 2 events left. It's a 4x400 meters for both the women and the men. And that will be following shortly.
Are you at the rugby? What's the score by you guys? Because we wasn't losing.
They say you gotta learn to dance in the rain. Comienza. Tiffany Karlapoli, Gauteng North. Teresa van Rooyen, the 800 meter specialist, Gauteng North. Down to Palby, 800 meter specialist, Gauteng North. Kayla Puerta, Kayla Artis. This is the final. Bola, having the goal, Ina Tude, Anya Benemat. You may also the 800 meter specialist. After final session, finalists in the women's 400 meters. Central County, Milan Pira, Lana Ungara, Tenere Principalati, Divida Song. Last week, one of the from Stellenbosch. The 4x4 of the women.
So the second last event on our program at these National Senior Championships will be the women's 4x400 meter relay. And as Eugene has just said, rather fitting that the rain has joined us for these last couple of events. It has been with us for 2 days now. Might as well stick with us a little bit longer. It's been such bizarre weather today. It clears up and the sun comes out a bit and then it's freezing cold again and then it's raining. But I guess that's what you get in Cape Town or in the Western Cape. Of course, we aren't quite in Cape Town. We're just down the road in Stellenbosch. The athletes waiting to get going in this women's 4x4 relay. 7 teams have entered, and we'll see if all 7 of them are out there on the track. Gauteng North have so much depth in women's 400 meter sprinting. They have 4 teams in this race, which is quite incredible. So their D team goes in lane 3, their C team are in lane 2, their B team are out in lane 8, and the Gauteng North A team get lane 5. Central Gauteng will line up in lane 4, the host province Boland are in 6, and Athletics Free State have been drawn in lane 7. I'm not a betting man, but if I was, I would think that Gauteng North might be in for a chance here. They've certainly got the odds stacked in their favor. And we'll keep an eye on that A team. They go in lane 5. Not good conditions for sprinting, but there should be an exciting battle nonetheless. 4 laps of the track. And a good start by the Gauteng North B team out in lane 8. And it's the Gauteng North B team leading at the moment. They do still have 2 more bends to run. They'll only cut onto the inside after the first 100 meters on the second lap. So it's such a big stagger that needs to unwind at the moment. It's pretty hard to tell which team is actually in front, but certainly looking good are the Boland team in lane 6. Oh, sorry, that's the Gauteng North A team in lane 5. And it is the Gauteng North A team that now take the lead into this final bend, into the second lap of this 4x4 relay. And we'll see if Boland can hang on here. And they do indeed. Boland now past the Gauteng North B team. So it's Gauteng North A in first place, Boland in second position. But that Gauteng North team is so powerful. They've already got a lead of around 30 meters down the back straight on the second leg. And still a lot of athletes in contention for those minor medals. And there's still some way to go, 2.5 laps left in this race. We'll see if Gauteng North can hold on, but the A team at the moment completely dominating this 4x4 relay. Boerland in second position, the Gauteng North B team closing in on Boerland now in third, and Gauteng North lead into the third lap of this 4x4 relay. They have also now taken second position with their B team. Boerland pushed back into third, and there's still a lot of running to go, almost 2 full laps left in this relay race, but it's Gauteng North in charge, and Gauteng North have also now moved into third position. Boerland starting to slip behind, and they'll get some cheers from the home crowd here in Stellenbosch as they try and claw their way back into a medal position, but it's Gauteng North all the way out front. Gauteng North also lying second, and I'm lying, that is the Free State team in second position. Gauteng North start their final leg, Free State in second. CGA have now moved into third, and the other Gauteng North teams starting to lose ground. Their A team about 50 meters clear out front, and it's hard to tell in the rain. I think that's Mali Viljoen cruising through the final lap. They won't be caught, I don't think, but there's still a tight battle on for the silver and bronze medals. Free State lying second, Gauteng North have moved into third, CGA are in fourth, and the Gauteng North A team are going to take the victory in this women's 4x400 meter relay. Can Free State hold off a charge from the other teams behind them as they storm down the finishing straight? Gauteng North now fighting into the silver medal spot against Boerland. Boerland are going to take silver. Incredible finish by the Boerland team, and they had the crowd on their feet there. Gauteng North just edging out the Free State side for the bronze medal. So it's Gauteng North gold and bronze. Awesome finish there by Boerland, fighting their way back into this race, and they will take home the silver medal. And as dominant as the Gauteng North A team were, there was a really exciting contest down the finishing straight for the silver and bronze. Great running by Boerland. Gauteng North hold on for bronze, and I think CGA edged into fourth position after taking both the men's and women's 4x100 meter titles. So that's it for the women's race. We are set to have 2 races in the 4x4 men's event. The first race will consist of 3 teams, including the Gauteng North B and C teams, as well as Central Gauteng B. And then we'll have 6 teams competing in the second race of the men's 4x4 relay. And the weather in Stellenbosch is so bizarre that the women ran in the rain, and it looks like the men won't. A little bit sexist, I think, of the weather gods. The winning time there for that Gauteng North A team in the women's 4x4 relay, 3:38.49, as they pose for a photograph there with AJ Spieringshoek, one of South Africa's most colourful characters in the media industry. A very likable man is AJ Spieringshoek, a former coach of the national women's indoor hockey team, and now working as a photographer and social media creator. Puts together some incredible videos. If you want to see his work, I'm sure you can catch him on social media. So just 2 more races to come in one event, the 4x4 men's relay, which should get going in a few minutes or so. Until then, we'll take a break from the commentary booth and we'll be back with you shortly.
Okay, go. Luanan Panyerde. Receiver Kali. Anelen Suanzua. Matosino. Okay, go. Dumisan Seiji. Lindo Kurkegora. Antonio Kea. Rumo Seiji. Resay. Wayne Kapok. David Harvey. Big Swallow Data and Breathing Cody. Senko Lopez. John Eze. Liana Samasaki. Mauricio Pan. Daniel Bill. The final of the meet, 4x4.
Please remember to medal winners report to the podium for medal ceremony or right after the final race.
There's the results of the under 20 decathlon, and it is Khalil Wingrove that wins that with 5,700 points over Dirk Coetzee, and that good performance in that 1,500 meters, getting Wingrove enough points to win the under 20 decathlon gold medal. Here we have two finals for you, two races to go, both in the men's 4x400 meters relay. And again, the powerhouse that is Gauteng North. I've got two teams in this one, B and C. They go in lanes 4 and 6. And in the middle of that, sandwich in the middle, we have Central Gauteng B. So who will have the bragging rights in this one? Again, we'll make a note of the time, seeing that there will be two finals in the men's 4x400 meters. We'll only find out once they complete the first lap and then the bend thereof, where all the teams are. So lane 4, Central. Lane 4 will be Gauteng North, lane 5 will be Central B, and lane 6 will be Gauteng North B. And away they go on the first time of asking, and it looks like Central Gauteng B and Gauteng North B really taking an early lead here, and Central Gauteng going exceptionally well in the middle there, sandwiched between these two Gauteng North teams as they come around the bend. And still will be, once we get past the finish line here, we'll see where most of these teams are, but looks like on the outside there, Gauteng North B really finishing strongly there. Hot pursuit is Central Gauteng, and then it is the C team of Gauteng North, and that first Batonese exchange. So they'll run this leg in lanes, and there's still a few of the starting blocks in the way there, but it looks like it is Gauteng North B in the lead from Central Gauteng, And they have built up a lead of about 10-15 meters over the C team of Gauteng North. There's 200 meters to go for these second leg runners. Still, it is Gauteng North B in the lead over Central Gauteng. But now, Central Gauteng coming around the outside. What's left in the tank? Good burst of speed though from Gauteng North B. And they will hand the baton over first yet again. Another good changeover. Still, it is the B side of Gauteng North over Central Gauteng. Good 10 meters now between first and second, and still the gap sort of maintained. At the back there in third place in this race, it is the C team of Gauteng North, but still the B team leading here over Central Gauteng. 200 meters to go of this leg. One more leg to go. As they're coming around into the home straight, what have these boys got left? This is the final day, the final hurrah in this championships, and it is going to be Gauteng North B handing the baton over, followed by Central Gauteng. And the C team of Gauteng North have made up a lot of ground on that leg. Well done to that third leg runner. So all still up for grabs here between these teams. Central Gauteng looking to catch and close the gap on Gauteng North. The C team of Gauteng North as well, really catching up, but now the gap has closed down considerably. 150 meters to go. Who will it be? Will it be Gauteng North? Will it be Central Gauteng? Into the home straight they go, but he's still got some strength left, has he? But Central Gauteng trying with all his might to try and catch up. It's going to be a close run thing, but it is Gauteng North B that wins it over Central Gauteng B, and then in third place goes to Gauteng North C. They've done well there to try and close the gap. 3 minutes 11.23, and that will be the time set for the rest of the men to get. That leads us just with one race to go, and that is the second final here of the men's 4x400 meters. And as Wes said earlier, it looks like the rain has stopped completely now for the men, and there will be a few interesting runners in this one. We have 6 runners or 6 teams in this one. Vaal Triangle will go in lane 2. Gauteng North A will go in lane 3. Central Northwest will go in 4. Central Gauteng A will go in lane 5. Free State will go in lane number 6. And in lane 7 will be Boland. The final race of this Athletics South Africa Senior Track and Field Championships that was held here in Coetzenburg in Stellenbosch. That's a result of the women's 4x400 meters, and it is Gauteng North A winning that one in 3 minutes 38.48. Boland ran exceptionally well in that last leg to just pip Gauteng North C into that silver medal position. And then in 4th place, Gauteng North B, in fact. So bragging rights going to the C team of Gauteng North over the B team.
If he doesn't need more time, must have shown something else.
And yeah, it's been a really good championships, as I said earlier, despite the weather that there has been over the last 2 days. The first day was quite good. And unfortunately, with the weather, things we cannot control. But despite all that, I think all these athletes deserve a round of applause for all the performances that they have put in, as well as some of the technical glitches that there have been, especially with the starting pistol as well. I think all of them, as in the athletes, have really performed and excelled here today. Still more athletics to come, led to believe next week. We'll have the USA Athletics Championships. That's happening at UWC. There's a Vol triangle. They go in lane 2. I always find this interesting, Wes, where it is such a crowd puller, these relays, none so like these 4x400s. And I think of late, the last 2, maybe 3 years, with the invent of the World Relay Championships, I think there's more attention given to these relays.
Absolutely. I think the World Relays has made a difference, and I think South Africa's performances in the relays have made them one of the showstoppers or the crowd pleasers at these track and field events. A large portion of the crowd sticking around to watch these 4x400 meters and 4x1 relays. Central Gauteng winning both the men's and women's 4x1. Gauteng North coming through for the 4x4 title among the women. And we'll see now who picks up the men's 4x4 crown. Last year at the World Athletics Relays, South Africa earning gold in both the men's 4x1 and 4x4. And the national women's team breaking the SA record to secure bronze in the 4x4. And then at the World Athletics Championships later last year in Tokyo, the South African 4x400 meter team coming through for bronze in what was a very close race. Just showing how much depth we have in both 100 meter and 400 meter sprinting in this country, but also perhaps an indication of how well Athletics South Africa has done in recent years to organize relay camps to ensure that the teams are prepared and that they're able to regularly practice together in the early stages of the season. We criticized them for a long time for not doing that, and now that they are, we can see the success that they've had. So we've got to credit the federation where they do. And there are the final results of the men's decathlon. Marcel de Jager taking the bronze for Western Province with just over 6,400 points, and a very, very tight battle for the silver. Zane van Staden just 1 point ahead of him. It's not often you see such close results in a decathlon competition. Marcel de Jager might be kicking himself for not running half a split second faster in that 1500 meter race at the end, which is completely brutal for these decathletes. I always feel for them when they've got to run 3 3/4 laps of the track in the 10th discipline in 2 days of competition. So very close competition there between Van Staden and de Jager, and Monet van As from Gauteng North taking the win, just a little over 7,000 points. The decathletes never really get much recognition, and it's a bit strange because they should. They are proving themselves to be the most versatile athletes in the country. Because of the nature of the decathlon, they almost treat it like a sideline act. But they are incredible athletes, able to compete in a wide range of disciplines. I think we're just about ready to go here in the last event on our program at these national championships, as Thabo Molete once again shows off his dancing skills. Eugene a little earlier gave him 9.5 out of 10. I don't know about that. I maybe give him a 6.
That was awful. I'm not giving him 9.
Okay, Eugene's dropped his rating. Maybe Tabo's just tired. It has been a long 3 days. So 6 teams out on the track for this men's 4x4. Vol Triangle in 2. Gauteng North go in lane 3. Central Northwest are in 4. Central Gauteng drawn in lane 5. Free State go in 6. And Boland are out in lane 7. And we're underway in the last race of these National Senior Championships, the men's 4x400 relay. We'll see if Laith Pile goes for the CGA team, the national individual 400 meter champion. We did see Udeme Ocon out on the track, so you would think that the CGA team line up as favorites here, and already they have caught Free State on their outside, and now closing in on the Boerland team. Gauteng North going well in lane 3, but Central Gauteng holding the narrow advantage now into the second leg of this relay. Boerland still fighting hard, as are Gauteng North, and Gauteng North now using their advantage of that inside lane to take the lead around that bottom bend. They will now cut into the inside lane, and it's Gauteng North against Central Gauteng, and CGA regain that lead. Central Northwest back in third, have some work to do if they want to challenge for the gold medal. It's Gauteng North against Central Gauteng as they enter the finishing straight on this second lap. Gauteng North claw their way back to the front. Central Northwest coming strongly now, and they catch Central Gauteng before the start of this third leg. And watch the man from CGA, former world junior champion, and he formed part of those 4x4 relay teams that earned gold at the World Relays last year, as well as bronze at the World Championships. Udeme Ocon back in third at the moment. Central Northwest are in second. Gauteng North have opened a bit of a gap out front. 200 meters left of this third leg, and no change in terms of those top three. What can Ocon do over these last 100 meters? It is still Gauteng North out front. Central Northwest doing really well to hold off CGA. And Laith Pile will take the baton for CGA on this final leg. Udeme Ocon really struggling over those last 100 meters. He's run 3 400 meter races over the last 3 days as Ocon, and he collapses to the track. CGA left with a whole lot of work to do. They've got the individual champion on this final leg. Gauteng North still leads, Central Northwest in second. Laith Pile has run 3 400 meter races over the last 3 days, pushed hard to win the national senior title earlier, but he is now fighting his way into this race. And here comes Central Northwest. Gauteng North desperately trying to hang on. Here comes Laith Pile. He might catch Central Northwest, but Gauteng North are going to hold on for the victory, and Central Northwest hold on for second. Big surprise here in the men's 4x4 relay. That powerful Central Gauteng team settling for third position in the end. I think their athletes just struggling with fatigue after many of them qualified for that men's 4x400 meter individual race. Just on the edge of the long jump pit, you can see some of the other athletes just helping Udeme Ocon off the track, and he seems to be in a lot of pain. We hope that he's okay, but let's not take anything away from the Gauteng North team. They come through to ensure double gold in both the men's and women's 4x4 relay, and a great run by Central Northwest to take silver there in the men's race. Central Gauteng do hold on for the bronze, and it's been a fantastic 3 days of competition at these national senior championships. Some big highlights throughout. I think for me personally, Taylor Kavanagh winning the women's 5,000 meters in 14:58 was perhaps the highlight on day one, and she went on to win the 10,000 meter final this morning as well. Yesterday on day two, former world champion Luva Manyonga making a spectacular comeback to win his first national senior title since 2019. As there we see the results of that men's 4x4 relay. Gauteng North taking the win in 3:06.12. Central Northwest grabbed the silver, and Central Gauteng hold on for bronze. And I think the highlight of today's action, the men's 200 meter final, Sinesipho Dambile, a finalist at last year's World Championships, coming through for gold, defending his national title. and running 20:02 in what were very cold and wet conditions. Brilliant performance there from Dambile, and perhaps an indication of what we can expect from him on the international senior circuit this season. From myself, Wes, and from Eugene in the commentary booth, that brings a close from the national championships, and that'll be all from us. We hope you can catch up with us soon at track and field events around South Africa, but from the national senior championships, it's good night and goodbye.